Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the final table coverage of this 10K Diamond Poker Series PLO event, which had €1 million guaranteed prize pool. But first things first, my name is Christian. I will be your host today. It's great to be here. I'm very excited, but let's get to the players. We had 148 entries in this tournament, generating a prize pool of more than 1.4 million, and lion's share of it will be played out and paid out in front of all you guys. We have 9 fantastic players. You have the chip counts in front of you. It's Nagy as our chip leader with 5.4. Derwich coming in second in chips with 4.3. Fredrik Nilström, third in chips with 3.9. It's Guerra, fourth with 3.7, and so on and so on and so on. We'll get to the players, and it's Vivian Saliba, our shortest stack with 1.5 million. We are playing with 40,000, 80,000 blinds and a big blind ante here in beautiful Tallinn, Estonia, Bombay club. I'm super excited for this one. First place in this tournament takes home 338,000 euros and a little bit of extra pocket change as well. Everybody who has made it to this final table has already guaranteed themselves 33,840 euros. So let's get things going. It's Byström opening it up with a couple of aces, ace 7-3, ace 7 suited in clubs as well, making it 200,000, and Bedell from Norway contemplating a call with his double suited tens. Definitely a hand you want to defend here with against Byström's open. So he's gonna pay the 120k extra, and we're gonna go off to a flop already. 520k in the middle, queen 8-6 on the board. So a flush draw for Bedell to go along with his pair of tens, and Byström still ahead with his pocket aces, and now gets trips on the turn. Hits the set on the turn, gives Bedell an extra straight draw as well to go along with his flush draw. Has the king guy flush draw, needs a jack to make a straight, or any diamond that is not an ace or 6 to make the flush to retake the lead in this hand. At the moment it is Byström with the nuts betting the pot. Pot limit Omaha is the game of choice. So the trick is in the name. You can only bet what is in the pot. Can't go over it. There's a limit to the game, and Byström betting the maximum on a turn gets a call from Bedell. Bedell looking quite fabulous. Here, looking like a true king. Bedell makes the call with his combo draw. Let's see if he can hit a jack or a diamond on the river. No, it's an 8 spades on the river. Bedell left with just 2 pair, 10s and 8s. Byström now fills up and definitely is gonna try and go for some max value here. Yeah, doesn't waste any time going all in for 1.5 million. We can see that Bedell, he's definitely not gonna make the call with just 10s here. Nothing much to think about, and a great start for Byström from Sweden here. We have quite an international field of players coming to Estonia here. So we have an Austrian, Slovakian, Norwegian, Swedish player, Finnish player, Hungarian player, Romanian player. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome stuff here. We're coming to an end of the Diamond Poker Series here in Tallinn, Estonia. It's been a absolute success, if I do say so myself. I didn't get a chance to play anything myself, but I had a chance to commentate on quite a few of the cash games, and the cash games, they were hot and heavy here. We got to bring you 50 100 PLO cash games, and saw a couple of players absolutely dominate these fields. But the winner of this tournament, as I've already said, will take home more than 300,000 euros. So a great, great result for all these guys already locking themselves with 33k. Bistram starts us off with a fold. Derwich now with the ace-8, 6-3. A bit too raggy for one of our chip leaders. Sarugian, he's gonna let it go. Now, after our chip leader with a pretty looking hand, king 10, 10, 9, double suited. Having the chip lead, especially from the hijack, you wanna apply as much pressure as possible. So he's gonna come in with a raise here. Makes it 2.5x, but look at this. Gabrerizo. Guerra Gabrerizo with a very strong hand himself. Ace, king, jack 10. Doesn't have any suits going for him, but still 4 cards over the 10. Definitely a hand you want to play with. Has position against our chip leader as well. Ace, king, jack 10, a hand you want to 3-bet quite often, but you know, against the chip leader, you're gonna take a pot. You don't want to balloon the pot too much. Bedell coming in there in the mix here with ace-8, 7 deuce double suited. So 3 ways to the flop, 760 in the middle already. And it brings the jack 9-4, a couple of spades. So Bedell flops quite a weak flush draw, as well as a gut shot straight draw. So a couple of weak draws for Bedell. I don't see him continuing quite far. Should somebody continuation bet here. Nagy here now with a gut shot straight draw and a pair of 10s plus the backdoor clubs. But it's Gabrerizo with top pair and the gut shot. So a decent flop for Guerra here. 760 in the middle. Does he want to go for a bet here, or does he want to take off a free card? Yeah, I don't mind that decision. Everybody checks the flop now. Very safe looking 4 of diamonds on the turn. Maybe a possibility for Nagy to steal this one away. He definitely has the most amount of overpairs here. And now that the 4 comes on a turn, it's not very appealing for hands, the types of hands that, let's say, Guerra has here with the ace, king, jack 10. Against aces, your 2 pairs will be counterfeited, but Nagy doesn't go for a steal, checks the turn. Everybody checks to the river, which brings the 6 of diamonds, meaning that if this one is gonna go to showdown, it's gonna be Guerra who's gonna take this one down with his ace-jack. Really interested to see if Nagy is gonna turn his 10s into a bluff here. Will not do it. He's gonna check it down, and Guerra is gonna win a nice pot worth 760 euro, 60,000 chips. Average stack at this point is about 3 million, a bit more. I think 3.3 million should be the average stack. So we're doing just fine. Vivian, our shortest stack. Still a decent sized, I mean 20 big blinds. You can definitely play a lot of tournament poker, final table poker with 20 big blinds. With everybody trying to keep the pot small. But you know, this being PLO, meaning anything can happen at any time. In PLO, blockers, they mean quite a bit more than in No Limit Hold'em. Players tend to use the ace blockers a lot in flushy draw, in flushy boards, etc. As well as the equities running quite a bit closer. Now it's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna. I mean, the stacks are quite even. We have a lot of 3 million-ish stacks at the table, meaning that busting out next is quite a disaster for everybody, with the ICM implications. So the big stacks should and could definitely apply a lot of pressure here. Not sure what happened to our image here, but hopefully we'll get the picture back and running. I'm not sure if it's running for you guys, but it died for me. We'll try and fix this thing. Welcome everybody to the chat as well. Welcome, guys. It's great to see you here. We're gonna be here for a long time, I'm sure. We're playing 1 hour levels with quite a flat structure, and everybody's still more than 30 big blinds average stack. It's quite a lot. Okay, of course it is PLO. The stacks can go in easier, but it's not often the case. I mean, it's still a tournament, and you really don't want to splash around. In cash games, of course, I mean, it's quite easy to get 500 big blinds in, but in a tournament setting, the strategy is quite a bit different. We see the previous spot was taken down uncontested here, so blinds and antes. I didn't catch who won the blinds and antes, but maybe it was even a walk to the big blinds. We start things off from seat number 5. Seat number 5, the blinds still 40 and 80, as far as I know. No, they've gone up. Blinds are now 50 and 100. We are at just the beginning of this long session, hopefully a long PLO session. Hand number 4, haven't seen too much action just yet, but we've seen a couple of flops, so players are not afraid to take them. Lindström, he's gonna let it go, but Bedell with a couple of kings and the ace to go along with it. You really want to have the ace if you have the kings, just to have that blocker or lesser of a chance that one of your opponent is going to wake up with the aces. Bedell making it, looks like 300k from the cut off here, yeah. Raises it up to 300. Vivian folds. Zakarian with the ace, queen, 9-8. Bedell opening from 2.2 million, so 22 big blinds. Zakarian, I mean, it's a decent hand, but I'm contemplating maybe he can bully Bedell here a little bit. Bedell definitely should play quite passively or quite tight in this situation. Not sure if Bedell cares about it. That remains to be seen, and we're gonna figure that out quite soon. But it's Byström taking a flop here and flopping top pair, top kicker. Now Bedell still with an overpair. Both players check the flop. 3 of diamonds on a turn, giving Byström 2 pair now. And after this one goes check on a flop, Byström can feel quite strongly about his 2 pair, top and bottom. He's gonna start betting into it. Bets 400,000. Bedell doesn't think too long about it. Makes the call for 3 or 400,000 now. That might be scary for Bedell, because I think that quick call tells Byström the story that Bedell has exactly that. Now 5 of hearts on a river brings in quite a few straights. Byström does have one of those straights. Has the wheel here with the ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5. Any 6 paired with either a 3, 4, 5, or a 7 or an 8 would give a player a straight here. Byström going for a small bet. Goes for a blocker bet of 300,000. Now, this is not a great board for pocket kings, but at the same time, it is a great board to bluff at. Now, it's Bedell's duty to figure out how often is he gonna get bluffed there. He's getting ridiculous pot odds, but does find the fold. Now left with just 1.5 million. So quite evenly stacked with Vivian at the bottom of our leaderboard, but a great start for Byström here. Welcome Lovo, welcome Maris, welcome Herra Major. I'm reading the chat here at twitch.tv/ChesterfieldPoker. So if you have any thoughts, if you want to join the conversation, you're definitely welcome to join us here at twitch.tv/ChesterfieldPoker as well. We're playing in the Bombay club at the moment in Old Town Tallinn, Estonia. Absolutely wonderful place here and wonderful series this Diamond Poker series has been. I mean, it's really brought the Estonian poker scene to life coming here. giving out 4.5 million euros in guarantees and smashing one of those guarantees here with the prize pool of 1.4 million euros with 148 entries. Great to see it. Zakarian from the button doesn't want to attack. Now Byström on a bit of a roll here. He's gonna limp in or call from the small blind with the double suited fours this time. 8-6, 4-4. Right into Dervich's kings now. Interesting. Will Dervich just take a flop here, or will he start the blank pressure pre-flop? I like to raise. Makes it 300k from the big blind. Instantly called by Byström though. 700,000 in the middle. Deuce, 9 and a king with a couple of diamonds. So now top set for Dervich, but a small flush draw for Byström. Byström can still take the lead here with a diamond. Interesting things might develop here. I don't think Byström wants to fold for a single bet, but at the same time, 700k is scary. 700k is scary to chase an 8 high flush. Let's say Dervich has a stronger flush draw, you might be drawing dead to a 4, or maybe not even that. Dervich does show the kings. Lets his opponent know that he wasn't full of it this time, that he's here to play some honest poker, and the table loves it. Hello, Christo, thank you. I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely great. I'm super excited for it. I mean, it's a big tournament. It's great to host these guys here in Estonia, and I'm just getting ready for a long day here. And hopefully the players are ready as well. This one, it might be settled in the early morning hours today. I mean, it depends, of course. If somebody starts running away with the chips, starts applying a lot of pressure, then, you know, anything is possible. But the way things are going, the way the structure is running as well, I mean, this might go into the midnight section of the day. And it's always great to see and commentate on 4 cards. I mean, there's something about this game that I absolutely love. And I'm just first of all, I'm a fan of the game. I'm a fan of the players. So I'm just happy to have the opportunity to watch these guys do their thing and just present their craft that I'm sure they've spent a lot of time practicing, a lot of time perfecting. Now folded to Zakarian with the ace-king 10-8. Definitely a strong enough hand to come in with a raise from the cutoff. Unopened as well, makes it 325. Gets rid of the button. Now only blinds to get through. With a hand like ace-king 10-8, you definitely don't mind if you're gonna get some action, but again, you don't mind either way. You don't mind if you're getting called. You're kind of a bit annoyed if you get 3-bet, which doesn't happen that often. And you definitely don't mind if you take down the blinds and antes. So you're kind of happy either way with a hand like ace-king 10-8, especially in position as well. Sarugier is going to give Zakarian some action here. 800k in the middle, calls with the suited ace-queen, jack 7. And gets at least 1 diamond on a flop. Deuce, 9 and a 10 now. An open-ended straight draw for Sarugier and a top pair, top kickers for Zakarian. So a little bit of something for everybody. King would not be the best for Zakarian here, making him 2 pair and giving Sarugier a straight. Same with 8 though. Would be the same with an 8, but having the king and 8 is definitely great for Zakarian, blocking the chances for his opponent to hit that straight. Check from Sarugier. Now, Zakarian definitely... It's a scary one, or it's a tough one. There's gonna be a lot of those situations where you can basically do whatever in PLO. You can bet a bit, you can bet large, and you can check. Like, all the options are open here. Zakarian goes for the half pot bet, and that's gonna meter call from Sarugia, so we already have 1.6 million in the middle. It's a rainbow board, and the 8 of diamonds comes in on a turn. It's absolute chin card for Sarugia. Gives him the nut straight with the nut flush redraw. But Zakarian with 2 pair now. 25% they tell me. 2 pair is holding. With all the folded cards taken into account. Usually 2 pair definitely is not 25%. In No Limit Hold'em, if you're 2 pair against a straight, you have 10% on the river. But since the system is calculating all the cards that are folded, meaning that for the cards that are still left, it's very 10 and 8 heavy. Well, as it is, it's a lead and a takedown here, so he's not gonna chase his 2 pair even. Just, I mean, we're already seeing why these guys made it so far. Just getting away from tricky situations, from situations where your Sunday League players, they're definitely never folding to 10-8 on a turn on a single lead. They're like, I mean, I got 2 pair. Only thing I'm losing to is Queen Jack, basically, that plays like this. I mean, I have to go, don't I? But our guy here, our main man, finds the folds, and it's easy for him. Didn't even take that long. Just a couple of seconds, realizes that this line is very straight heavy from his opponent and is absolutely correct. Maybe, or maybe he has a live read. I mean, I don't know. It's live poker, anything is possible. There's many different skill sets in live poker, isn't there? Double suited hand for Lindström, but it's not the best double suited hand. And so, of course, in PLO, you want all 4 cards to support each other in a way. I mean, definitely aces are still the best hand in 4-card PLO, but in a good world, you would love the other cards to support the aces as well. Preferably have straight opportunities added to your aces as well as flush opportunities. Again, quite weak kings here, but still kings here for Saliba. With just 13 big blinds, needs to make something happen, and she's gonna pot it, Bree. She's gonna make it 350. Well, now the reasoning behind 350 here is you kinda have agreed upon with yourself that you're willing to put it in with the kings. But at the same time, you want to generate as many folds as possible with a short stack. In PLO, the equity is running very close. You really don't want too much action. If you're gonna get action, you're willing to play for it all. So the more money you can invest pre and the most amount of fold equity at the same time you can generate with a hand like kings that is like strong-ish, but at the same time like not super strong, the better. I like to raise the 350 from Vivian. Really do. No, but Zarugi, he's gonna fold the ace king jack. Our chip leader from the big blind is gonna fold as well, and a good result for Vivian's kings here. Adds 250,000 to his stack. He's now up to 1.6 million, excuse me. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Sunday, everybody. I hope you guys are doing great. I hope life is treating you well. I hope you're not hungry. I hope you're not thirsty. I hope you're not tired. And I hope you're excited. I am. Here you go. Here's the payouts for you guys. Everybody has guaranteed themselves 33.8k, but we are playing for so much more. I mean, if you're making it this far, just 8 more players and you make an extra 300,000 euros. That's what dreams are made for. Once we get to heads up, we are playing for more than 100,000. But for now, the money jumps are still quite small. Interesting dynamic in that sense that players are very evenly stacked, but at the same time, the money stack jumps are still small. You want to give yourself the best opportunity to make a super deep run here, like a top 3 finish. So you kind of want to accumulate chips, but at the same time, with the chips being even, you don't want to be the next one out. So it's a tough one to figure out. Is it top heavy enough that you still have to take a lot of risks, or is it just an ICM suicide to take quite a few risks? I mean, that's for the players to figure out. Derwich has figured out that limping with aces can lead to great things. Because again, with aces, what you want to do in tournament setting, like it's a pretty good rule of thumb. You want to get at least, like if you can get like 30% of your stack in pre-flop with aces, you're gonna go with the hand, you're fine with it. You've done well. If you can get like 30% or more, the more money you can put in pre-flop with aces, the better for you. So I'm expecting Derwich is gonna make it 1.35 million here, or 1.4, or whatever he can make it, 1.4 I think. And then it's gonna be up to Sarucci if he's going to play his very strong hand as well. I mean, it's a couple of monsters up against each other. Derwich not with the best aces, but definitely not bad. But look at the percentages. It's 53% for aces against Sarucci's ace-king at the moment. It's basically a coin flip. He's gonna 3-bet it to 1.5 million, and I think Sarucci now knows that he must be up against aces now. Being up against aces, he would be happy to swap this ace in his hand to something like a 9 or a 10 or something that works together with the other 3 cards. Of course, usually it's good to have the ace-high flush draw. But if you're up against aces a lot of the time, then you feel like you're kind of wasting one of your cards, right? You're playing just for the straight and flush odds here with this card. Well, I mean, it's such a strong hand. It's such a strong hand. As you can see, 47% against aces, 47. It's basically a coin flip pre-flop. We already have a massive pot, boys and girls. Sarucci makes a call, and if there's either a king or a jack or a 7 or some hearts or some spades on the board, I think we're gonna see it all go in, and we might just have a new chip leader, depending on how this pot goes. Now, this one is a flop where no extra money is gonna go in from Sarucci. Just absolutely misses. You have to use 2 cards from your whole cards in PLOs, so the 7 doesn't even give a straight draw in pot limit Omaha. So it's a pot size bet from Derwich. Definitely, I'm pretty sure on a board like 4, 5, 8, let's say, you're kinda worried if you're gonna put it in. It's if you're gonna get snapped called, you know you're dead. But if you fade the snap call, you know you're probably good with your kings, aces. I mean, you're definitely good if you're not getting snapped here. So it's basically if your opponent has a small wrap draw pre-flop or a high wrap draw, that called. Now this time he was lucky that his opponent had the ace king jack 7. Quite an expensive flop for Sarucci here, but still doing just fine with a bit more than 2 million chips. We're playing 50,000, 100,000. This is hand number 7, if I'm not mistaken, of our final table. The buy-in for this tournament was 10,000 euros, and we are playing in Tallinn, Estonia. Beautiful Tallinn, Estonia. I think the best place to play poker. I think the best place to play poker in Europe, at least. Let's say Europe for once. It's a true top-notch destination at the moment, especially with Bombay and Chesterfield opening the doors last year and offering a lot of different opportunities, festivals, etc. Value for our poker players. Now, King Queen, double jacks for Sarucci. Maybe a bit of shell-shocked after the previous hand, but at the same time, you still have a strong hand. You see, 4 cards all supporting each other, nestling in quite nice. You also have a decent pocket pair. In Omaha, you really want to have at least jacks as pocket pairs. You really want to play for the top set equity. The middle and bottom sets, these are the types of hands that can get you in a lot of trouble. In cash games more, of course. In tournaments, the strategy changes a little bit. And you can play a bit more of those because the stacks aren't that deep and you're not going to get super punished If you run your set into a set now, very tight fold from our chip leader with the queen 10 9 9. I expected him from the button having position to maybe play this one, but I mean, he's following my own advice. I just told that you really want to have a pocket pair, at least jacks in PLO, and he didn't have jacks. He had queen 10 9 9, so he folded it. Heads up to the flop, which brings the king 3 8. Now top pair for both players, but it's a Lindström roaring ahead with equity here. Top pair, top kicker plus the nut flush draw. Both players check the turn. 5 of clubs on a turn now. 750 in the middle. Will Lindström start betting against his opponent now? Trying to get some value, build the pot in case he's going to get that flush as well. And excuse me, Lindström even has top and bottom pair here. So now 2 pair for Lindström. Sarucci is going to need either a queen or a jack on the river, facing what seems like 425,000 bet from his opponent. After this one goes check, check on a flop, I think Sarucci has to call at least once here and kind of contemplate life on the river. But no, Sarucci gets away from his king, queen, jack, jack. I'm already surprised by the level of play here. Just doesn't lose any extra chips, flopping top pair, and just makes the fold on a turn. Players are a bit more willing to, how do I say this? A bit more willing to potentially get abused, potentially get bluffed, but trying to really avoid those costly mistakes with one pair type hands in PLO. And we already saw once what can happen if you take your one pair to streets, and it gets expensive real quick. From the player sitting at seat number 1 with the aces. Love the look. All right, Dervich. Will you come at it? You have 6.3 million. You have double the tournament average at the moment, but it's a so-so hand with the king, queen, jack, 7. But if you want to start running away with it, maybe you can start testing the water here and come in with a little raise. And instead, Dervich comes with a call. I'm not sure about it, but I mean, I guess his calling range is balanced in a sense that he was calling the aces previous hand. So now also coming in with a call with the king, queen, jack, 7. So the players at the table definitely know that it is a possibility that he's limping in with aces here. We are 4 ways to the flop in case Bedell checks it, which he does. So 500,000 in the middle, 4 players plus the 100k ante. It's Bedell, Lindström, Dervich, and Gabrerizo. King 9-7. Who gets what? It's Dervich flopping top and bottom with his limp, with his open limp, and checking it after it gets checked to him. It's Gabrerizo with an open and a straight draw, Bedell with top pair, Lindström with middle pair, and the 5 of hearts doesn't change anything. Dervich still good. Now brings in the 6-8 straight. Definitely possible that one of those 4 players has the 6-8. I mean, we have 16 cards covered between the 4 of them, but Dervich bets 300,000. Now, after it gets checked through on its turn, Dervich thinks that it's time to get some value from his 2 pair, maybe protect from either flush draws or straight draws. Bets 300, and Gabrerizo, he's going to make the call with the open-ender. He does draw to the nuts, but clubs, you know, we call them dirty outs. Shoot the 6 or the jack be a club, you can still not be sure about your hand. Instead, it's the 7 of spades on the river now. Board pairs here. Dervich definitely gonna go for some value value here or no. I mean, he's gonna check it. I was just about to say that it is a type of board where we sometimes even see hero calls, but maybe not if your opponent is betting into 4 players. Just because the board pairs, maybe the straights, they might be afraid of that 7 a little bit. So what straight makes a sense? And most 2 pairs, they don't even bet the turn. So you kind of start going in that hero call mindset. It's a place in your mind. But Dervish, I mean, he's doing great in this final table now, up to 7 million in chips. We have a total of 30 million chips in play. So 7 million gives you about 24% of the total chips in play, or 23%. It's Saliba has climbed up to 8th now, starting the final table as the shortest stack. Needs a couple more of those to really close the cap here. Interesting chip ladder here, really interesting chip ladder. Welcome, Godech. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, everybody. Zakarian. He's gonna fold it now. This is a wrap. This is a wrap you want in a variety where the bottom card is not a deuce. Like, it's exactly the wrap type of hand you want. The deuce, 3, 4, 5, all working together, being double suited. But you want it to start with at least a 6. Like 6, 7, 8, 9, you're happy. Of course, in tournament, those small wraps, they're not worth that much. But still, I mean, you're gonna play it. And the higher the wrap goes, the better. But 2, 3, 4, 5, it's just not really good. Now change the 5 to an ace and change the game to pot limit Omaha 8 or better. Then we're talking here. Dervish, again, another limp. Limps in with kings this time, so really balanced limp strategy for Dervish here. Lindström with 100k to call, but I think Lindström didn't make the call here. I think Lindström folded. We get a call from the small blind and a check from Vivian from the river, bringing us the flop of... It had an ace. It did have an ace. Now, we don't know what the blinds have just yet. We don't know what the blinds have just yet. I think our tracker... Somebody go check on the tracker. Did he get knocked out or something? Let's go. All right. Anyway, the limp is gonna result into... Was it an ace-king export? So it should be a set of kings for Dervish here. Well, at least the blinds folded. And I think everybody folded. No. It's an ace-jack-9 instead. And Lindström is the one who ended up winning it. So Lindström did play the double-suited 5s and flopping the ace on the flop takes down this small one. Small one, but a welcome one, as they say it. Chip, 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 chip. Let me know if you guys are playing some poker as well, and if maybe, thanks to this stream, you're giving PLO a chance. Maybe you're a Hold'em player and you haven't really played PLO before, and you're starting to figure out that this PLO thing, it's quite a cool thing. So anyway, if you're grinding, if you're just watching us from the sideline, if you're watching us from the background, if you're sitting at the toilet at the moment, I welcome you all. I hope you're doing well. And I hope you're staying hydrated. Because after a Saturday, players tend to be, or people tend to be quite unhydrated. Is it unhydrated? Dishydrated. Whatever it is. At least we get to watch him PLO in Tallinn, Estonia. And that is what matters. And I'm already impressed with the players. Already these guys have shown me why they have made it this far, this tournament, and why we can call them PLO gods. All of them, they're all PLO gods. You dehydrated, exactly. Defit, how did I forget it? Dehydrated, of course. Jeez Louise. Sometimes you have those, like, moments when your brain just absolutely starts or stops working and working for you, and you forget the simplest of things. It usually happens to me after a Saturday. Bedell, decent hand from the button. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Bedell folded it from the button, but having 13 bigs, you're gonna start to get a bit more worried and much more selective about the hands that you want to go to war with. Because if you're raising from the button, you're basically pot committing yourself once you get 3 raised. And with a small stack, players might come after you a bit more light here. Saliba calling with her ace-10, 5 deuce, and Zakarian with a lot stronger ace-10, ace-10, 9-4, but more importantly, double suited. And you can see how much of a difference this makes. Is 75% to Zakarian against Saliba's 25%. Should the hand go to showdown and all 5 cards play out. It's a big difference. That's quite a nice illustration why you want all 4 cards somewhat working for you, and Saliba holding 3 diamonds, making it less likely for her ace-side flush draw to hit. Just kind of counterproductive, the 5 of diamonds there, so she's gonna let it go. She can't hold it in anymore. She's gonna need a bigger boat, but at the same time, better 4 cards to make that bigger boat. So let's give her that. One way to get it is to release the ones you have in your hand, release the blind, and just say that you're gonna fight another day. You're not worried about it. Poker tournament is no sprint, it's a marathon. And that usually goes for everything, except sprints. Unless you are sprinting, then you can say that it is a sprint, not a marathon. A sprint to the top. Turvich, our chip leader, folds the queen 9 at 8. Now a double suited ace-jack 8-7 for our second biggest stack, Nagy, who's been quite tight. Really would like to see Nagy play this one. It's a strong hand, you are double suited, and makes it 300,000 from UTG plus do. Very familiar faces here at this final table when you're a PLO player yourself. I've had a chance to play with most of these guys online, and they're not too bad. They're not too bad. Vivian making the call now with queen, jack 10. I like the hand. Of course, Saliba can't be in love with having three spades here, but at the same time, there's an old saying, beggars can't be choosers. Saliba has a short stack, king, queen, jack 10. Even if it was all spades, you can still play it. The king, queen, jack 10, they just work together so nice. And I like the decision to just call, especially because of flops like this. Should Saliba get get a piece of it. She can commit the rest of her 950, but let's say she's 3-betting pre-flop, getting called from the ace-jack 8-7, and on a flop like this, you don't have the equity to continue. But now she's leaving herself with 950 behind, so I like it. I do like it, but it's Byström with the ace-king 6-2. Turning to bottom pair and a gut shot straight draw into a bit of a bluff here. Very small bet though, just 300,000. Nagy with the gut shot straight draw himself could hit a 6 to make the nuts. Has the backdoor clubs going for him as well. Well, that 300k bet, it accomplished two things. Byström is now ahead with his pair of deuces. And Vivian is gonna fold her equity. So, I mean, it's not a bad 300k bet. Jack of spades on a turn. Nagy now. He's gonna retake the lead. Now, the question is, will Byström kinda really try and abuse the 6 here? Blocking the 6-3, the key hand. Also blocking ace-3 as well, having the ace. It might just work. Ladies and gentlemen, that 800,000 chip bet might just work. Even though Nagy got a jack on a turn, from what I've seen, Nagy tries to stay away from tough spots with marginal hands, with just one pair type of hands, especially if there's a potential straight on a board. So Byström taking his gut shot straight draw to the turn and amping up the pressure, stealing away this pot worth 2.4 million. What a thief! I like it. I love it. Absolutely love it. I choose violence at the poker table every time. Of course, not between people. I mean, I hope that all these guys are getting along well, but once you're in a pot with Byström, be ready. Be ready and willing to take it to the river and play for it all, because he's not going to make it easy for you. He's gonna apply pressure. Has been quite impressive already at this final table, while 8 out of the 9 players have been very reluctant to put their chips in, really want to hit something strong before they go after it, before they start betting. It's Byström with a couple of early bluffs already. We are streaming, by the way, with a 30-minute delay to make sure of the highest integrity of the game and to bring you the best quality as well. Nagy with King Jack 6-7, never gonna play. Never gonna play that hand. Bedell. Almost a flush, having 4 hearts, but the problem is in a PLO you have to use 2 cards from your hole and 3 from the middle. So not the biggest fan of the call from Bedell, but at the same time, I mean, he's the man. He can do whatever he wants. Does limp in with the ace king 9-7. The hand is strong enough. It's kind of similar to the thing I said about Saliba's king queen jack 10, that the hand itself is quite strong, so you can play it even if it's all the same suit. But I don't think ace king 9-7 in PLO is that strong of a hand. Now he does flop top pair though, king queen and a 4 on the flop. Interesting. Bedell flopping top pair, top kicker, and being way ahead here with his pair of kings. Not the mathematical favorite, and I guess that's why. I guess that's why. It's Dervish and Byström now getting trips with ace kicker on the turn. Byström leads out for 150,000 chips. Dervish, he's not gonna go anywhere. He might even raise. There you have it. Not just might even raise, but he will raise it up. You can see the players at the moment, they would split this pot. Bedell gets away from his top pair, top kicker, by the way. Nice fold. It's basically a clickback raise from Dervish. Makes it 310,000. Bistrom does make the call. Bistrom needs an 8 or a deuce. Dervish needs a 10 or a 6, or else this one will be chop, chop, chop. I mean, sorry, excuse me. A check would do it for Dervish as well. Now, check giving Dervish a straight, upgrading his trips. Interesting spot for Dervish. Is there any value to be got here? Blocking the queen, I think yes. If you have one of the queens, there might just be value in betting here. I mean, it could do a couple of things. You could get called by a queen. You could get sometimes a straight to fold. I mean, maybe not with a bet of 270,000, but basically we call it a merge bet or merge-ish bet. He's definitely going for value here. He's not bluffing by any means, but sometimes going for value gets your opponent to fold the same hand. We can see that Bistrom, we learned one thing this hand. Bistrom folds the ace queen. So second best hand after a straight. The top trips. So if he's not getting called by ace queen, what do we learn? There's no value to be had with the ace 10 or straight there. Basically, because your opponent just proved that he's calling with, maybe he's calling with ace 10 himself, but mostly just better. So having a lot of hands, better hands in your opponent calling range, and quite a few weaker, or maybe 0 weaker hands in your opponent calling range, doesn't make for a great value bet spot. Of course, the players don't know it, but at least we learned it about these players at the moment. And once 30 minutes is over, maybe they get to get that information somehow. Maybe their friend is telling me, by the way, this guy folded trip queens there at maybe thin value is kind of questionable, and a bit wider bluffs is more appreciated. Bedell now. This one I would like better than the ace king 9-7 hand. The ace king check, one suit. I think Bedell, it's an interesting one. I think Bedell can even commit himself with a 350 raise here and try and really go after the blinds and antes, because yes, you are in position against the blinds and antes, but at the same time, you are keeping your opponent's equity in 100%. Like, the easiest way to win a pot is to get your opponent's folding pre, right? And how do you do that if you limp? But at the same, it's not a bad. It's not a bad call. I was thinking if the ace king check deuce is the hand you want to go there with 12 big blinds. Well, it is what it is. That's up for the players. Ace, deuce, and a 3 with a couple of spades on a flop. Bedell flopping top and bottom pair and checking it. Top and bottom pair and checking it, playing it sneakily. Dervish with a couple of straight blockers on the flop to go along with his pair of deuces. Bets 200,000. Now really representing the flush here. With 600k in the middle, Bedell downgraded to still top and bottom on a scary-ish board. I mean, there is a flush there, there is a straight there. That's the problem with limping a hand like ace king check deuce. I mean, he checked it back pre-flop, on the flop, I mean, in position, or the last player to act. Like, if you're not feeling super comfortable on a flop there with ace king jack deuce, then maybe try and avoid these tough spots and not play that much post-flop. Well, that would be maybe my first instinct there, and my words of wisdom, if I could give them over to Bedell. Cool ways, different strategies, definitely different strategies at this final table. We have one player playing very actively post, most of them playing quite snug, And I mean, snug is maybe not a right word for it. I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it in a sense that it is very important to preserve chips at the final table. Jack 10, 6-4 for Byström. Now this one is the more aggressive player post flop, or at least from what we've seen just yet. Now double suited Jack 10, 6-4. Another limp from Byström, or from our final table players. Now, I'm guessing all of us can learn a little bit. I'm sure Hold'em players especially, their go-to thing is to raise a lot of pots free. But what I'm seeing here is the players really liking the limping strategy. And flopping an open-ended straight draw strategy maybe as well against the bottom set here from Zaruji. Zaruji flopping bottom set. Byström with the open-ender needs a 3 or an 8. Now the problem is the only card that gives him the nuts in this situation is an offsuit 3. An 8. An offsuit 8 would be fine, sure, you're happy with it, but you're still losing against 6-9, so it's the second nuts. Naji, what do you have, Naji? You have a couple of gutshot straight draws. Gutshot straight draws to the nuts, though. But the thing in PLO is you don't really want to chase straights on a flushy board. So like if a couple of your straight outs are dead, unless you're getting great odds, unless you have some nice reads on your opponents, you want to refrain from doing that. Interesting spot for Nachi though. Any deuce, any 6 would give him the absolute nuts. Not any. Any deuce or 6 that is not a spade. Byström with the worst of it at the moment. No, not really, actually. He's ahead of Natch's 9 high. But Zaruji is gonna raise it up to 1 million. He's willing to go with the hand, but no players giving him any action here. So Zaruji now up to 2.4 million in chips. And Zaruji, he's definitely not dehydrated. I'm sure he's not. He looks well hydrated, is all I can say. In this situation. I'm sorry, I will move on from the hydration thing, I promise you. I wanna have a daughter. So I would have someone to bring me hydration. Hand number 12, I think. 17. I am wrong. I think mistakenly. It's hand number 17. And Lindström opening things up with the ace queen 10-3 double suited, making it 300,000 chips. Berel with just 11 big blinds left. Going to fold it. Saliba, are you gonna run the kings now? Double suited kings, 9.5 big blinds. I think we're gonna see an all-in, and I'm getting already excited because I'm sure Lindström, after raising it up to 300k, he's not folding against an all-in from Saliba. Now, Saliba must realize she doesn't have too much fold equity there, but double suited kings just too strong of a hand. She has to go for it, has to go with it. Makes it 950. We have our first all-in of the final table, first all-in of the stream after 17 hands played. By the way, players played 10-handed for 2 hours before the stream even started, so they are already a couple hours in. Lindström, after getting the count, realizing he needs 650 to call to win a 2.1 million. He knows that in PLO it's a fist pump, snap pump, fist pump, snap call. Yup. Doesn't do the fist bump, but still snaps it off. So we have an honest race here. Saliba a favorite here with 62%. Lindström needs some hearts or some aces. One would even do. Or some straight cards. I mean, a lot of things can happen. Let's see the flop and then we'll have a cleaner picture of what's gonna happen. That's a great one. Jack 4-6. Now a heart draw for Lindström. Needs an 8, a king, a heart, or an ace on the river. And what a hold for Vivian Saliba. Is the too many outs syndrome real? Look at that, an open-ended straight draw, not flush draw. Everything for Lindström, and he gets, you know what he gets? He gets absolutely nothing, nada. Gets the double Vivian up though. I mean, Vivian now up to 2.2 million or so in chips. She is right back in it. And Lindström still doing well as well. I think Lindström had something like 4.4 before the hand started, so has about 3.5 remaining. So, I mean, he's doing fine. He's doing fine. Don't worry about Lindström. He's a good guy. He's a capable player. He will come back from these. That's exactly what he's thinking. We come back from those. We come back from those. But for Vivian, this was for her tournament life. So I guess everybody is happy. And by that, I mean, none of the players at the table are happy. Nobody wants to see Vivian with too many chips. Everybody wants to ladder up. That's just the way it is. But we are happy, aren't we all? Couple of suited kings for Bedell now as well. Just got to witness the greatness from Vivian Saliba with her kings. And he's like, I mean, I can do it. I can also play the kings in an all-in kind of way. Don't you think that I cannot do it with my kings? And I'm gonna start us off with a race to 350,000, and I'm gonna make it even easier for myself. I'm not gonna give my opponent any straight draws, any flush draws, any too many out syndromes. I'm gonna take this one down pre-flop, and there's nothing you guys can do about it. Good job, Bedell. Good job, and we have still 9 players remaining. Still everybody guaranteeing themselves more than 30,000 euros. Still everybody waiting for 8 other players to bust, or to bust them all. That would be even sweeter. Wouldn't that be sweet, guys? It would be. And to win more than 300,000 euros, which is the prize for the first place in this 1.4 million euro prize pool PLO tournament. The 10K championship final table. Derwich starts us off with a call with the speculative hand from UTG +1. The jacks with the ace not being suited. I mean, I wouldn't mind it if the ace was suited with the jacks, but no, with the ace, jack, jack 4, it's a weird hand to play post. But he is the chip leader. Nobody's really gonna go around thinking that I'm gonna go in this spot and try and abuse Derwich. No. They're like, if I'm gonna play against Derwich, I wanna make sure I have a super strong hand. I wanna make sure I either flop a super strong hand or I have something very playable pre-flop. Then maybe, and only then, I'm gonna try and abuse Derwich. Anyways, it's a race from Nagy. I mean, Nagy, he's been sneaking. He's not been putting chips in, and all of a sudden, Nagy making it 550k. It might just be scary enough for Sargucci to fold his kings. Quite weak kings. What do you guys think? Is Sargucci gonna fold the kings pre-flop? Let me know in the chat before the action even happens. I say yes. I say no kings to the flop. The kings have seen better days, and it's dog days for Sargucci's kings at the moment. Now, the other thing what might happen is Sargucci is going to re-raise and commit himself. Very, very, very wide call from Dervish here. I'm a wizard! I'm a wizard! We saw kings fold the pre-flop. Of course, I mean, in PLO, it's not that... It's not that you're thinking that, oh my god, how can you fold kings? It's the second best hand in poker. No. I mean, in PLO, kings like can be quite trash. These kings were quite trash. You're only basically playing for set value at this point. Now, Queen 9-9 on the flop. Top pair, top kicker for Nagy. Dervish. With a couple of checks. Quite important checks as well. I mean, checks connect with nines as well. I mean, he's blocking Jack 9 of hearts. He's blocking Jack 9 of spades, meaning that there's no, like, 9 combinations. Jack 9 combinations remaining, and the 9 of spades on a turn gives the check mark to Dervish, but Nagy has a perfect hand to turn into a bluff. Should this hand go do showdown, it's gonna go to Dervish, but Nagy raising it pre-flop to 550, blocking the aces, blocking the kings, blocking the queens. He can really represent a high pocket pair here. So I am, depending on what Nagy does, this might not go to Dervish, or it at least might not be easy for Dervish. I think we're gonna see a bluff. I think we can. Ooh, 350,000. That's a sneaky little bet. Now, my question here is, was this a value bet or like, again, another like MC range merge type of bets where you want to check it back on the river to get like quite a cheap showdown? But or was this a small bet designed with sneaky plans to get your opponent to call with a hand like jacks? And then blast the river where the jacks cannot face the heat any longer. Now, 10 is not a great card for Nagy here. If Dervish had something like jacks or 10s, now half of those hands filled up on the river. So Nagy does check it back on the river, and Dervish, the rich get richer. The Dervish get Dervisher. 9 million in chips now. Definitely an overwhelming chip leader. Everybody else hovering around the 3.5. Maybe we have someone with 4 million. I don't even think that. 3.5 or less stage. And then we have Dervish with 9 million chips. He could really start running away with this one. But kind of, I mean, playing a very unique style as well. I'm always a bit worried when players play the limping strategy too much, because in my personal experience, the limping strategy doesn't, especially with the chip lead, doesn't net you too many tournament wins. It can get you quite a few ladders, etc. And then, of course, your stack is not going to get in there all that often, at least pre, but not too many players good enough to play the limping strategy all the way to victory. Of course, this might just be the 9-handed thing. Once we get to 8-handed, this might change. Dervish, we're gonna see, are we gonna see another limp, or are we gonna see a raise now? Interesting. He's counting out the raise now with the 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm guessing he's raising the... Can it be so simple? What do you guys think? Can it be so simple that Dervish is raising the hands that he's willing to call 3-bets with and limping the hands that he's not willing to call 3-bets with? Is it this telegraphed? Because 7, 8, 9, 10, you don't mind getting 3-bet. You actually, I personally hope to get 3-bet if I have 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm like, yes, come to me. I can call, I can crack your aces, bum, bum, bum. I can take a flop. I can get away from my hand on ugly or dry boards, and I can just absolutely kill your dreams on a certain board. So I'm like, yeah, definitely. I'm willing to call 60% of your stack pre-flop and fold it if I don't hit. But the feeling of cracking your hand, that's what I leave for with especially a hand like 7, 8, 9, 10. So I like it. I like it a lot. Blinds. Have they gone up? 51.25. Have the blinds gone up 51.25? It seems so. Look now, there's an example how flat the structure is. It was 5100. We're playing 1 hour levels. Now it's 51.25. It's plenty of room to play for this, guys. Look at that for a flop. And you're saying you're not hoping to get 3-bet with a hand like 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom! Dervish flopping the absolute nut straight with top 2 pair, full house redraws as well. But Vivian Saliba with bottom 2 pair plus the nut flush draw. I think it's disaster, guys. I think it's an absolute disaster. I think Vivian is gonna need her 39% equity to come in here because this might just go in on the flop. This might just go in on the flop. Vivian does have 2 pair. These already a decent hand, but did not flush draw to back up the 2 pair. With Dervish raising it pre, has a lot of overpair type of hands, but not this time. Dervish flopped the nuts. Saliba goes all in. Dervish makes the call, and he's 61% favorite to eliminate Vivian Saliba in 9th place from our 10K championship final table. Vivian needs a club or a 6, and she's gonna need it in the next 2 cards. Can she get there? An 8 or... yeah, an 8 would close it. 7 still has hope now. Saliba cannot hit the clubs now, but needs an ace or a jack on the river. Doesn't get there. Both players with full houses. And as I told her, almost unwillingly, I didn't mean it like that. I told Vivian 10 minutes ago that she's gonna need a bigger boat. That's exactly how she ended up busting this tournament. GG Vivian Saliba running her boat into a bigger boat and gets 33,840 euros for her 9th place finish. And we are down to 8 players, all guaranteeing themselves 43,710 euros, and this is where the payouts, the money chumps, are going to get even more and more important. Was Bedell sitting out the previous hand? Did he not even notice that he made like an extra 5,000 euros? I mean, that's Bedell's life, though. I mean, he's that's basically his life. Goes for a walk, takes a sip of water. Come, 5K, come over here. Straight to daddy's lap. Next time he's gonna go to another, take another walk. Maybe a longer walk. Pew, extra 15K. Easy, easy money. Dervish, look at this guy. We have 30 million total chips in this tournament, 8 players remaining, and Dervish is holding 35% of the tournament chips in play, 11 million. That's what dreams are made of, aren't they? Dervish still limping. Nagy just making the call with the aces. Wants to avoid, now really wants to avoid the chip leader without the absolute goods. I mean, Dervish has shown that he's gonna make the call once you pot it pre-flop. So you don't have that much fold equity pre-raising with your aces, and getting in just 500K is gonna make your aces quite tough to play post-flop. You're gonna get outplayed on a lot of boards, possibly at least, where you don't know where you are with your aces. You can be good, you can be dead. So he's gonna take a flop and kinda go for the set equity here. 4 ways, 5 ways. Excusez-moi. Wait, though. Hear me out, though. Zakarian has a very strong hand. There's a lot of dead money in the middle. There's a lot of dead money in the middle. And there we go, Zakarian raising it up to 750,000. Now, Nachi is definitely gonna come over the top now with his aces. And there's Dervish. Dervish might even call. He might even call to 625. No, Dervish folds. But Nachi, he's going to raise it up, and we're gonna see another all-in. I think we are. I think we are, because now the situation is different. Nachi can raise it to more than 2 million pre-flop, so you're super happy if you can get like 60% of your stack in pre with the aces. He's gonna raise it. He's gonna go all in basically, or at least he's gonna put Zakarian all in. Everybody else gets out of the way. And now Zakarian, after committing 1/3 of your chip stacks, can you ever fold a hand as strong as ace, king, queen, jack? I don't think so. I don't think so. But it's a limp re-raise. It's always aces, isn't it? It's always aces. It's never not aces. So your ace, king, queen, jack, not having even one suit, you basically have 3 cards against your opponent's aces. You basically have just a king, queen, jack, don't you? He folds. He gets away from it. After raising it up to 750,000, he gets away from it. Should you even get away from it? What do you guys think? Value Raise in the chat says that I think he folds ace, king, queen, jack, rainbow. Rainbow is very, very, very bad. I get it. But I mean, you have 1/3 of your stack in already. Of course, money jumps matter, but I mean, yeah, it's a tough one. I think it's a tough one. Like, I think GP-wise, I think you have to make the call, but considering the ICM and considering the fact that it's always aces for your opponent, that you might, and that you don't have any suits, it hurts. It hurts to fold after putting in 1/3 of your stack with ace, king, queen, jack. It's a strong hand. I would have gone with it. I can't help myself. I would have gone with it after putting in 750. I just would have. Now the question is, do you even raise to 750 pre? Do you even raise it up? How much? Yeah, I mean, can't be results oriented. Nachi now with 4.7, king, queen, 4-5. Folds it. Folds the double suited king, queen, 4-5. We get a couple of folds. Now, Pedel with just 7.4 big blinds. Definitely, I mean, I wouldn't recommend going all in with king 6-5-3, but he's gonna have to make something happen pretty soon. But not this hand. He's already laddered more than 5,000 euros by being patient. At the same time, I mean, he did start the final table with more than 3 million, wasn't it? So maybe not that patient. But there was a couple of cooler-ish type situations. The aces hand doing the most amount of damage. And a rare walk from Byström as we get a dealer change. We are here in beautiful, sunny Tallinn, Estonia. Finally, it's sunny. It's a great day. I got to take a walk in the city dressed like this. Haven't been able to do that in a half a year. Half a year, boys and girls. It felt great. Absolutely great. And it's gonna get even better. As the summer is arriving, plenty of poker action in Estonia during the summer, during the spring. So if you're looking for a great new, or if you've been here already and looking for a poker destination, consider, check it out. Go ahead and look around, what's happening in Tallinn. Maybe you'll find something for you. At the moment, it is the final day of the Diamond Poker Series here in Tallinn, Estonia. And we still have about 1.2 million euros to give away between those 8 players. That's a lot of money. Now value raise. He's saying that putting 1/3 of your stack in pre and folding is defo a thing even in cash games with stuff like ace, queen, queen, x, low suit, etc. The 4-bet folds which block ace, ace, but do really bad versus ace, ace when villain 5-bet jams. Sure, sure. I get it. I know it's a thing. I agree with you. I really do agree with you. I'm more thinking in a sense that, as I already said from the beginning as well, it's an interesting money ladder as well. It's the money jumps are quite small until you get to top 4 area. So with everybody being even, of course you still want to ladder with the ICM and you want to make the best ICM decisions, but at the same time you really want to play for that top spot, and it kind of feels so awful for your chances that once you put 1/3 of your stack in, being already short stacked, to fold it, it just feels like you're kind of like putting yourself almost out of contention. Of course, he's not putting himself out of contention. Well, my argument is, I'm not arguing with you. I think I agree with you, but my argument being is it's a tough one for sure. That's it. I don't think it's as clear cut, but with everything considered. No, of course, this is not small money for you. Von Bellingshausen, I think money jumps are big one. Of course, they are big one, but you have to consider the buy-in and compare it with that. Otherwise, it would be impossible to play this game if you're thinking like, oh, god damn, this is gonna cost me like 60,000 euros if I call and I'm wrong. You have to think in terms of buy-ins. Like 6 buy-ins, it's way more manageable, right? So it's easier that way. Now Queen on the river giving Dervish 2 pair, and just the sun run continues. Dervish now up to 12 million. And it's great for Dervish as well, because his opponents, they haven't really put him to the ultimate test. Now Bistrom tried. He tried. But the river, he couldn't do it. And I understand why. The tournament director is letting the players know something. At least, not really sure. Can't really hear what the director is saying, but at least I can hear the chip shuffling, which is great. But letting the players know something, and I'm pretty sure it's very important. And everybody seems to be in agreement here. Bistrom now with 2.8. Bedell with about, how much did they have? About 900,000, right? Ace King 10-9 for Bedell. Is this good enough to go with 7.4 big blinds and the other shortest stack being 1.3 million-ish? I think yes. I think so, but I mean, Bedell did play with a very similar stack. He played Ace King 9-7. He played Ace King 9-7, so I'm thinking Bedell is gonna play this one. Ace King 10-9 being a considerable upgrade to the Ace King 9-7 with three suits as well. Yeah, Bedell is gonna raise it up to 425. Will anybody make the call? I don't think Dervish is gonna make the call. Yeah, and I don't think Zarugia is going to make the calls, so Bedell is gonna end up winning the blinds and antes here. Very important blinds and antes. It's life. It's life. It buys him one more orbit to find a better spot, to find a profitable spot, to be the baller that he is. All players looking very focused at this final table. Maybe just going on focused levels here. I'm liking seat number 6 chances, or seat number 5, is it? Well, however you take it, 5th player from the left. He seems very focused. He has this focused poker face aura thing going on for him. Danny, unfortunately not today. I really do wish. I think I would be less dehydrated if I did that today. But yesterday, your Garboy definitely had a few. Ace 8, 6, 4 for Sarugier. Blind versus blind. Not gonna play it against Nagy, and I think well done in that sense after we see what his opponent had. I think Nagy would have raised it up to 400 and how much can he make it? Like 420-ish, right? 425. So about 75,000 saved here, playing 50,000, 125,000. Wait, I think I noticed something. Give me, I'll let this, give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We are back with a brand new wrap. Nagy, after seeing the flop for free, or for 75 extra, free-ish, free enough, has flopped an open-ended straight draw with his pair of 6s, but it's Gabreriz, or raising, or betting with absolutely nothing, just a pair of deuces here. But holding the 7 of hearts, I'm guessing it's the 7 of hearts making him raise that, making it less likely that his opponent has the straight. I don't think Nagy can go anywhere. I don't think he wants to go anywhere. I think he wants to stay right there and get 2 pair on a turn, on a very scary turn card that brings a flush. I think that's where Nagy shines the best. He shines the brightest. Starting us off with a check though. Now, Gabrielizzo does check the turn, doesn't want to bluff the turn. 7 of diamonds on the river. Now, Nagy does get a straight on the river. Has the 5 of clubs as a potential somewhat weirdo blocker as well. Not that relevant, to be honest. But still, has it. The straight is a third not straight. Loses to all the flushes, loses to all the better straights. So, thinks the best course of action is to check. Welcome to the chat, Mr. Beer, as well. Welcome, 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 everybody. Great to have you guys here on a Sunday. I guess we can call it evening. To watch how the lion's share of 1.4 million euros will be distributed between those 8 gentlemen. We have already lost Vivian Saliba in 9th place on a pretty cooler of a flop. Check on the river. Nagy shows his straight. Gabrielizzo wants to see his stack, his cards one more time to make sure he's not folding anything better. Always, definitely not a bad idea to do that, to double check just once if you're not sure. In 4-card PLO, you don't, man, I mean, in tournaments in general, you don't want to make those mistakes. We've seen it plenty of times in huge tournaments where you fold a winner just forgetting what you had there. So him being smart, him being loyal, him being the best music, he gave it another look and ended up folding his pair of 7s. Now 2 short stacks, Bedell and Zakarian. Zakarian with 11 bigs, Bedell with 9.8 bigs. Bedell, Ace, Jack, 86, double suited. Ooh, do you play this one with 9.8 big blinds with one more player as short as you are? Will you go with it? Again, I would. I think I would. I think the Ace, Jack, 8-6 is like, I just raise it to 425 and pray. Instead, Bedell limps in for 125. Zakarian, our other short stack. King, Jack, 10-9. Very playable hand. Push it. Push it real good. Nobody wants to push it. Everybody wants to see the flop. Zakarian makes the call as well for 125. 550,000 in the middle. Dervish looking at 2 of those short stacks, licking his chops, thinking that maybe I can play the ace 10 deuce. I like it, Dervish. At least you like to see flops. I mean, it's not a great hand, but I think Dervish just wants that scalp. He wants to get that elimination. He wants to be the one doing the dirty work, saving others from doing it themselves, and all the way to the victory, Dervish will try and lead. But now that limping meant that we will see this flop 6 ways. There's 875,000 in the middle. Maybe a deuce. Maybe a king, queen, 10, giving at least one player a straight. Bedell flopping the straight with the ace jack. Do we have any flush draws? Yes, Gabrielizzo, but he doesn't have the best flush. Bedell checking. What? Zakarian, he also flopped the straight, plus 2 pairs. Zakarian has the second nut straight, has the backdoor spades, plus kings and 10s. Nagy with top 2 pair. And it's Dervish with ace 10 deuce betting 300k. Ooh, Dervish opening the door for Bedell to check raise all in for 1.1 million and Zakarian to get away from his second nut straight. Bedell not looking very comfortable though, like for some reason with the nuts. Of course, it doesn't have the redraw, so maybe wanted to try and peel a safe one here, but after now the money has gone in, yeah, 1.1 million. I think Zakarian facing a raise and a shove after this flop went 6 ways. You can fold your jack 9 here. I think you can fold your jack 9 without the hearts. Do you want to, or will he? That remains to be seen. Well, definitely you don't want to. I mean, you hate it. But at the same time, there are different players out there. Some players, they actually like folding. Some players get joy out of folding great hands and realizing that they save themselves some money. Those players are very weird. Only thing you can get enjoyment from poker is big bluffs and having the best hand. And never folding. Hero calls. Hero calls is what it's all about. But some players like to hero fold. That's crazy. Zakarian trying to figure it out. Dervish betting just 300,000. Bedell looking really uncomfortable going all in. Can my Jack-9 be good here? And will my King and a 10 have a redraw in case it's not good here? Using all the time chips. By the way, players are playing with a 30-minute time bank as well, so they have 30 minutes to make their decisions. Bedell really Hollywooding his straight now. I wonder if him visibly stressing there and standing up, will it make it more likely or less likely for Zakarian to call now? 30-second time bank. Yeah, thanks for that correction, Germa. Really deep in the tank. I mean, I can't blame Zakarian. I like to be in those tanks, and usually what's going on, what's going on in Zakarian's head, he's calculating all the possibilities that what can the players have, etc. What's my odds, what's these ranges, those ranges, and so on. All the things. When I think it's this monkey. And then I hope to get a feeling. I'm waiting for a feeling to think that if I'm feeling like he has it or if I'm not feeling like he has it. That's basically how it's going. Yeah, Dervish has to fold the ace-10, couple of deuces. Bedell shows the ace-jack, and all of a sudden Bedell is in the middle of the pack here with 2.3 million. He is back. He is definitely back. But the last time I said it to Vivian. I said it to Vivian and instantly got destroyed, and Vivian ended up busting in 9th. But I've already chosen Bedell, the only player at this table who has taken a walk and earned an extra 5,000 euros. This is why you have to believe in the man. Very colorful character, definitely. The vibes-based gaming. Yup, value raise, exactly. Trusting trusting just the vibes. Sometimes that's all you can do. I mean, instincts are a very strong part of poker. Because where do the instincts come from? They come from your previous experiences. And the previous experiences can help you out a lot. So trust your instincts, boys and girls. Listen to Phil Hellmuth and trust your white magic. They're usually never wrong, unless you have very wrong instincts and you made very wrong realizations from your previous hands. Then never trust your instincts. Then trust math. Also, always trust math first anyway. But when it's close, trust your instincts. Lindström limps in with 9-7-3 deuce. Bedell, Jack 8-65 double suited, checks it behind, and we have a Nordic battle. A little bit of Nordic battle between a Finlandian and a Norwegian. A lot of pairs for Bedell here. Flops a pair of jacks, flops a pair of sixes, flops a pair of fives. Now, doesn't need the 5 at the moment. It might become relative later, but at the moment the jack and 6 will do. And it'll do enough for a bet and enough to take down this pot. 30 more minutes of this level until we will go on our first break. The players have been playing for 3.5 hours today, but we've been live for 1.5 hours. I'm expecting one player per hour bust out this tournament with 1 hour levels, with the way the play is going. On average, it doesn't mean that every hour one player will bust, but on average, I think this FT will last 6 to 7, about 7 more hours. That's my guesstimation here. So we'll see about that. But it's about the journey, isn't it? It's not about the finish, but the way you got there, the friendships you made. Dervic wants to make some friends with an ace-5, 42. 6-7, 53 for Bedell, also a wrap type hand. Some couple of small wraps here for Dervic and Bedell, and I mean, you can even call Zakarian's 8-4, 3 deuce small wrap here. Some small cards would really light this place up. 7-3 queen. 2 pair for Bedell and not flush draw for Dervic to go along with his straight draw. Dervic flopping, even though Bedell has 2 pair, it's Dervic flopping the best here, really gets to play his draw aggressively, while Bedell is kinda just playing the guessing game now. Is he playing a draw or is he playing value? If Dervic is playing value, then I'm dead in with my bottom 2 pair almost. But if he's playing a draw, then you know I'm good. But Bedell having the straight draw as well makes the call. Now I don't think Bedell is like super in love with the 6 of diamonds, but I think it's marginal enough that it doesn't come to consideration that well. Dervic is loading the clip, and Dervic has fired out 1.1 million chips. Will that do it? I think that has to do it. Again, Bedell is like, he's drawing dead against the value almost. He's drawing to a 4. Maybe sometimes a 7 or a 3, but after turning his cards around, showing Dervic what he folded, it's the aggressive play from the chip leader, who had the not flush draw plus the straight draw, getting the 2 pair to fold. Beautiful example of how to play your nut draws aggressively in PLO. I mean, just a great final table thus far for Dervic. Almost 50% of the chips in play already in his stack. We have 30 million in total, right? So him having 13, 43% chips in play. Not bad. How often do the blinds raise? Every hour, von Bellingshausen. Every hour the blinds go up. The blinds go up, the stacks go down. Dervic is crushing a table around. And all that Dervic can see is about 325k. And then he wonders, does he need to win it this end? No, he doesn't, so he's gonna fold. Nagy folds. Now Cabrerizzo with the queen, jack 9 and the hijack. And quite a bit of swag. I think it's good enough. I think we're raising here. Cabrerizzo can definitely limp as well, and some players we even see folding. I mean, all 3 options possible. So I'm not even trying to guess. I'm just gonna watch and see. Folded to queen jack 9. Interesting. Are you guys playing the queen jack 9? Am I a fish that I want to even play this queen jack 9? Am I a total freaking donkey boy? I think so. Otherwise he would have played it, because he's definitely not a total freaking donkey boy. And I am not sure about it, so it must be me, not him. Totally must be me. And it is. Uh-oh. We have a player standing up from the table, meaning that we might see a bust out soon. Last time it happened. Oh no, he sat down. We're not gonna see a bust out. Don't worry about it.
I remember you won twice, and I will never play you again.
We even had 2 players. Do-do-do-do. 4-card poker here in Tallinn, Estonia. Players playing for a lot of money. First place takes home more than 300,000 euros. Everybody has already guaranteed themselves for more than 40k. So life is already not bad. It can get only better from this point. Lindström, very pretty hand. Very, very, very pretty hand. Queen 10, 9, 7, double suited. Give me that hand. But the stack size, that's the problem for the players. Even if they like the hand, the Queen Jack 9 hand as well, I think the problem was with the stack size. It's a nice hand, but maybe not with 20 big blinds. That's the problem. And Lindström with 23 big blinds just limps in. Just limps in for 125. Look at that. Bedell with A663, just one suit. He's coming along. He's coming along, and they keep the blinds in as well. So 4 ways to the flop. King 3, 7, giving at least Bedell and Lindström nothing. Well, Lindström gets the 7, but we don't know if the blinds are holding the king here. Queen Jack 10, 8 for Byström as well. Byström with a very decent hand pre-flop himself, ace 10, 7, 4. So no one with the king. None of the players are holding the king, meaning that Derwich pair of 7s have actually 40 or 52% here. I mean, the chip leader, can he hold though? I mean, not only can he hold, he can hit another 7, and now it's Lindström with trip 7s. And Derwich with trip 7s. How much will Lindström lose extra, if any? The bet is 300,000. You're not getting away from the 7 if you're Lindström. Not from the Queen 7. You might even think about going for some value, but I don't think there's value 4 ways too much. I think you call and you feel quite well about the call. You expect to win quite often. Of course, you know that you're gonna lose some of the time, but you still expect to win. But just Derwich, it's like Havat Khan, bulldozing through this final table at the moment. Nice, nice. Everything is nice. Life is nice for Derwich at the moment. Like, he's halfway there. Almost halfway there. Seems easy. And like chip-wise halfway there. Is way past halfway there players-wise. But having almost half the chips in play, or half the chips in tournament, while there's 8 players remaining, that must mean there's a huge deficit, I'm telling you, or a huge difference between you and the other guys. Nagy, he seems like he's balling with 5 million, like, and he's definitely not doing bad. He's well off with chips, but still trailing by 8 million, but he's built himself a nice little gap between the rest of the field. And we have 2 players running away. Well, 1 player completely running away, then Nagy in a very definite 2nd place, and then everybody else around at 1.8, 2.5 million stack, right? Ooh, fireworks. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know, but I want blood. Derwich making the goal from the small blind with the double suited Jack 9, 88. Zarugie. with the hand that it doesn't even want to see the flop with. So, heads up to the flop. Queen 9-3. Couple of spades. No spades anywhere. No spades anywhere. No, none of the players hold even one spade. But Dervish flopping middle pair plus a straight draw. Checks it over to the pair of aces for Nachi. I think Nachi is gonna check this one back. Like I have this strong feeling that he doesn't want to bloat the pot too much. Yeah. I like the check back, Nachi. I like the check back. Keep it like 2 streets max. 8 of spades on the turn, giving Dervish a set of 8s now. Does bring in the flush as well. One of the scariest cards if you're holding aces here. I think you can just get away from the aces. Of course, we can see the cards, but you're either dead or you're like against a very live player here with the aces. It's an awful turn card, and your opponent is leading into for 300. But at the same time, you're getting great pot odds. It's like, what do I do here? I can't let him steal this one away for cheap, but at the same time, like, the risk is maybe not worth the reward, so he's gonna fold the aces. I like the way Nachi played this hand, actually. I really like the way Nachi played this hand. Like, sometimes the more, a little bit more laid-back approach is the smartest, and it's probably a good idea to do it against a chip leader. To hold back a little bit. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of everything. Okay. I think it's hand like 30-ish already. I think we've gotten to witness 30 hands of greatness already. Here live from Estonia. It's 10K Championship Final Table. And Cargabrerizzo with the ace-king for 2. He's gonna fold, and he's gonna contemplate. The poker cards giving him this trash. Lindström. He's gonna play and he's gonna contemplate, why do you give me this strong of a hand? When I have 20 peak blinds, I wanna stay away from trouble. Give me trash. It's easier that way. Lindström coming in with a raise to 350,000 chips. Sarugie is gonna contemplate, why do you give me the strong-ish hand when there's a raise in front from a player who should have quite a tight range? Damn it! So he's gonna fold. If you guys wondering, I'm telling you exactly word for word what the players are thinking. I know it. I've been there. I can see it in their brains. Nachi making the call with ace-8, 5-5. I think this is a bit player dependent here. Nachi has been quite tight pre, and now Lindström being in the middle of the pack is like, Nachi must be thinking that he can steal this one away quite often. Never gonna steal this one away here. King 10-3, top set for Lindström. Nachi connects not at all. Doesn't connect anything here. Like, quite an ugly board for Nachi. 875 in the middle, and Lindström is thinking of Tallinn and the freaking Bombay. Like, look, he's trying to make his opponent think that he's thinking about whether he should bluff or not here, but all he's thinking is Tallinn and the freaking Bombay. Betting 400,000 on the money flop, but unfortunately doesn't get any action here. But still a nice pot. Now up to 3 million in chips. You can see the payouts in front of you. Everybody guaranteeing themselves 43,710 euros, but we are playing for 338 up top. 338,000 up top, so you made it this far. You've outlasted 140 players. You made some nice money, 43,000, but there's extra 300,000 to be gotten. And it's, I mean, it's there's one player who has to be candidate number one for it at the moment. It's the player sitting at seat number 4, having 14 million chips, or about 50%. About 50%. Let's call it 46% of the tournament chips in play. His name is Dervish. Forget about John Cena. Forget about Chris the Rock. We have a new sheriff in town. It's Dervish, raising it up to 300k. Ooh, look at that. Sarucci with another playable hand. I mean, it ain't easy being at the PLO final table with playable hands and everybody having very similar stacks. There's two things that are not easy. Thing number one, it ain't easy being cheesy. And thing number two, getting constantly, like, not complete premiums, but strong hands at a final table and playing into a chip leader raising you. And these are the only two things in the world that are not easy. Meanwhile, Nachi with a couple of aces. Ace, 8-7, not the strongest aces. 8-7 really not supporting the aces here. Holding 3 diamonds as well, but no, look at that. He's gonna 3-bet to 1 million. This might just get interesting because I don't see Dervish folding. I think we might see a flop here, and it's players second in chips. 3-betting pre-flop, the chip leader. Dervish has the double suited jacks here, has the ace-high flush draw as well. Potential flush draw. Ace suited. I do not think Dervish is folding. Dervish played a lot worse aces, jacks previously for about the same price. So Dervish makes the call. If there's a jack or some clubs or some spades on the flop, this might just be lift off. But if there's nothing like that on the flop, if it's completely safe and there's a couple of diamonds even to go for Nachi, then, I mean, it's Nachi just winning this one. I mean, that's it. As you can see, Dervish is drawing dead. Unless Nachi folds, Nachi is gonna win this one. Because the remaining jacks were folded pre-flop, I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's the reason why he's drawing dead. That would be the only reason. Yeah, the percentages are a bit interesting sometimes if you're thinking like, that's not what I thought it was. Then the computer system that we have, it remembers all the folded cards as well, and it's telling the real percentages, not the perceived percentages. So it's like real-time thingy-wingy going on. That's exactly what they call it, the real-time thingy-wingy. Thingy-wingy, thinky, oh, and tipsy as well. You cannot forget about tipsy. It's something that everybody in the bar gets. And also a Teletubby. All right, boys, ready for another hand of poker? I hope you guys are watching at home, and I hope these guys are playing from the Bombay Club in Tallinn, Estonia. The final table of the 10K Championship. PLO, part of Diamond Poker Series. A fantastic PLO festival here. First time in Tallinn. And Bedell limps in with ace-queen 4 deuce. I think we have a fellow field player here. I think we have someone who is just like, I'm feeling the ace-queen at the moment, because the 4 deuce next to the ace-queen is an absolute trash hand. It's not a strong hand, but at the same time, if you take away the 4 deuce, then you have ace queen suited, and that's quite a nice hold'em hand. So you're like, that's good. I mean, I've played some hold'em. I can play ace queen. I mean, it's like a free roll having 2 extra cards, isn't it? So he's gonna call 125,000. Nagy now with a very strong wrap hand, very strong 7, 8, 9 jack, double suited. He's gonna join the party. Gabrielizzo puts in the extra 75, and Lindström gets to see the flop for free. So a rare pot without our chip leader. Couple of queens and a king on a flop. Bedell flops. I mean, I just told you. Bedell feels something. He feels the ace queen. It's fine. Couple of queens on a flop. Great. Gabrielizzo with 2 pair, Nagy with gotcha straight draw. Not too much for anybody here. Gabrielizzo 4 ways to the flop. He's not gonna put much money in with the king, if any money in with the king. Now the turn changes nothing. Gives Bedell a full house now. I was just wondering, does the turn give someone a straight? But it doesn't look like it. Just Gabrielizzo and Nagy both with gotchas, but that's not worth 200,000. So Bedell didn't. He ended up not needing the 4 and a deuce. Ended up just needing the ace and a queen, and that was good enough for Bedell. About 5 more minutes of this level here. Then the players can get to a break, much needed break. King Queen 8-5 for Mr. Zakarian. Ooh, that's the chip leader with a couple of aces. We saw him lose actually a first one in a long time previous hand. So let's see. Last time he had aces, he was just limping the aces. This time, I think he's coming in with a raise. I like the raise actually. I think he should raise more with the situation being the way it is, and I think Dervish realizes it himself as well. So he's gonna make it 265,000, gets a couple of very quick folds all the way to the big blinds of Bedell with King Jack 73. 140,000 to call. Obviously, in PLO, you're always getting pot odds to call. Against the min raise with there being blinds and antes, you're always getting pot odds to call chip EV wise. Now the problem is, how do you realize your equity? If you're playing out of position against a capable opponent, it's very difficult to realize that equity. So the pot odds can be a little bit deceiving here.
Everyone saying no, but I don't care about those numbers.
So I like the fold. I do like the fold. I would have made the call, but I do like the fold. Byström with Jack 10, 6-3 double suited. Not good enough for someone who was our most aggressive player for a long, not long time, but at the beginning of our final table. And then Dervish happened. And then Dervish just really exploded. And he's right to Byström's left hand. So it kind of handcuffs Byström here. Strong hand for Zargucci. Strong hand. Sargucci has 14 big blinds. I liked committing raise here to 425. Nachi folds the kings. That's how strong the raise is. He folds the kings. Again, we see kings fold the pre-flop. Like, if you guys are not believing me that kings can be a trash hand in PLO, then hopefully these guys are proving it to you. It's quite common to fold kings pre in tournament setting in PLO now. Bedell with queens. Kings are better than queens, but Bedell's hand is better than kings were. He has queens, double suited, has eights to go along with it. It's actually a better hand than the kings were, believe it or not. It's just more playable. You can realize it more often. So Bedell makes the call from the small blind, heads up to the flop. And Sargucci heads up to the flop, and the flop actually... I mean, that might be the flop. That might be the flop to put the players all in. It's Bedell with an overpair and a flush draw and top pair, top kicker for Sargucci. For Sargucci. There's already 1.1 million in the middle. Look at the percentages. It's just an absolute disaster for Sargucci. Sargucci just with 16%. Should he c-bet commit himself? I don't think we're gonna see anything, but we're either gonna see a check or 1.1. I think so. Now, I think both of the options are decently valid, but in a situation where I am, if I have something that Sargucci has, I think I'll simplify it for myself, and I just put it in on the flop. I have close to pot size bet remaining, so putting it in cannot be that bad. Yeah, that's it. That's basically an all-in here from Sargucci, betting 1.1 million. Bedell way ahead. Way ahead, but it's not an easy call to make. You're risking 1.3 out of your 1.7 on a pair of queens or a queen high flush draw. Rough. Let's say you're up against aces with a flush draw, you're dead. Well, not dead, but you know, you get it. You're drawing very slim. Does make it though, goes all in for 1.7. Sargucci makes the call, and before we go on a break, Sargucci is gonna need a lot of help. Either an ace or jack or nine or an eight that is not a diamond on the turn on a river. A diamond on a turn could seal the deal. Even a queen could seal the deal. Bedell has 84% here in a 3.7 million pot, but Sargucci hits the ace on a turn. What an unfortunate run out for Bedell here, losing a massive cooler. 84% against 16%. I don't think Sargucci even realizes how lucky he got in this situation at the moment. Bedell left with just 375k, Sargucci up to 3.7 million, and on that bombshell, we are gonna go on a break. Let's have some break. Let's make some coffee. Oh, crack a cold one open with the boys or girls. Enjoy yourself. We'll see you guys back 8-handed in about 15.
Ready for this? Ready for this?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final table coverage of the 10K Championship event here in beautiful Tallinn, Estonia. My name is Christian Laas. We have 8 fantastic players remaining, 1 runaway chip leader, and everyone else very tightly together in the pack. So very interesting dynamics going on at this final table. We are starting things off with 7,550,000, I would assume. We'll figure it out pretty soon. Don't worry about it. It's Nachi sitting second in chips and opening things up or loosening things up quite a lot in the past few hands. Now everybody's back from a break, hopefully rejuvenated and feeling great. There's still a lot of poker to be played today, so Naji opening it up to 525,000 with the ace, king, queen, 5 rainbow. Into Lindström's double-suited kings. Now, Lindström, kings, I've already said that kings is not the strongest hand in PLO. It's not like Hold'em where you're going with kings every time. But the fact Lindström is folding double-suited kings here, that tells you a lot. That tells you... What does it tell you? Let me tell you what it tells you. You don't have to think for yourself. I'm here for that. That tells you that Pedel has only 350,000 and Lindström is staying away from anything until Pedel puts his micro stack in and he gets an extra 15,000 euros should Pedel bust out of this tournament. That's exactly what it tells you. Then we have not just Pedel, Sakarian with just 575,000. Lindström is not getting into any trouble here until both of these guys either double up or bust out of this tournament. Both of these guys should bust out. This guy, Lindström, why should he play suited kings against the guy who covers him? If he can wait for 2 players to bust out and make himself an extra 35,000 euros. Would you rather have a pretty confirmed 35,000 euros, or decent equity with suited kings. I guess you take. I guess if you put it like this, you take the 35,000. Lindström, I like the fold. Even though, play to win, bro. Play to win, but not if there's like 3 and 2 big blind stacks at the table. Wait for Bedell to bust. Wait for Zakarian to bust. Zakarian is in a bit of a grocer situation. He's definitely, it's like even if he's doubling up, he's not adding too much equity. Obviously, it would be great, but he's not adding 16,000 euros worth of equity that he would get in case Bedell busts before him, and Bedell having shorter stacks than. Simple math, quick math, 2 plus 2 is 4, minus 1, that means you wait until one player busts and you get 16k and then you put your short stack in. Or until one player doubles up. 4, 6, 9 on the flop, giving Dervish a monster open-ended straight flush draw against Byström's nothing. And I think top pair and open-ended straight flush draw beats nothing. Pairs beat Battlestar Galactica. That's all I have to tell. And that's all I have to say about this. Pairs beats Battlestar Galactica. Pairs do not. What is going on here? Identity thieving is not a joking matter. Millions of families suffer every day, Jim. Nagy with 5.8. He's gonna fold. Whoa, look at that, look at that. If I'm Gabrielizzo, I'm folding the aces. I'm folding the aces if I have 2 big blinds and 3 big blinds stacked. But Gabrielizzo, he says that he doesn't care. He's playing to win. I have that boiling blood in my body who just doesn't quit ever, and I'm raising to 525. And if I am Dervish, I'm re-raising any hand that doesn't contain an ace and is not paired. I'm just re-raising and saying that you want to call off for 2 million at the moment where there's 2 players with 2 big blinds. You go right ahead. You know your 2 million doesn't hurt me. I could lose it, but you my brother man. You, my brother man. It could hurt you. It could hurt you. But Dervish had an ace, and therefore realizing that the most likely hand at the moment with these dynamics is aces that are gonna bot bet. So I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. We are in beautiful, very beautiful Tallinn, Estonia. It's a proper, like the proper spring is here now. Everybody's very happy. The sun is out. It's 14 degrees outside. Think about it. It's been 6 months of 2 degrees, and now it's 14. You see, there's life in my body. There's life. There's a hint of a smile on my face. This is why you should come to Estonia right now. The springtime and summertime, it's beautiful here. Average weather, like 20, 25 degrees. Perfect. A lot of poker tournaments. Pretty decent English-speaking people. And so on. Bedell, 350,000. He's gonna fold Byström. He's gonna fold Dervish. Kind of a waste of a strong hand, isn't it? I would be kind of annoyed because I know that I could raise any 2 here and absolutely print chips, and then they're gonna give me an absolute premium of an ace king 8-7 double suited. It's like I mean, I don't need that strong of a hand. You can give it to me. I guess I'll take it, but at the same time, give me 4 deuces and I would still raise to 500k and absolutely dominate and crush. Nagy actually getting a decent hand, like decent-ish hand. Look at Dervish, look at Dervish. Instantly putting this... he's proper trolling Nagy here. He's proper trolling Nagy here. Putting the sunglasses on, hiding his face. And fist pumping Nagy for folding the ace-10, 8-7. What a funny man. What a funny man. I wonder if he's gonna keep the scarf on and the sunglasses on. It's just, I'm guessing he's doing the same, like, we have a saying, I don't know if it translates to Estonian, but in my mother tongue, in Mother Estonia, we say this: the way the village treats a dog, the same way dog treats village. You see, and that's exactly what Dervish is doing. Like, he's getting the sunglasses hoodie treatment, and he's doing it back to specifically him. I think it's fair. I think it's fair game, and it's kind of amusing, isn't it? Ace Queen Jack 7 for Lindström here, with the Jack being suited. I mean, it's a decent hand, but I think, yeah, we've already been through it. Lindström is not playing anything until the short stacks. Either the blinds eat them up, or they go out willingly. I would prefer to go out fighting. I would definitely prefer to go out fighting, but with a stack like 350,000, if there's even a slightest chance that somebody busts before you, you are over the moon with it. So you wait for the last possible spot, because even doubling up, it's just, let's say his equity at the moment is 38,000, let's say 48,000 euros. He's gonna, if he doubles up, gets the antes as well, his equity is gonna rise to, let's say, 52,000, not even that, 51,000 euros. So, I mean, it's, you're, by doubling up, you're adding 3K, but if somebody busts before you and you make 15,000 euros, then, like, you understand what I'm talking about, yeah. You get me, you're a smart viewer. Of course you're a smart viewer, because you're on this channel, and you're thinking about moving in to Estonia right now. This is all just a ruse to get you guys to Estonia to play Diamond Poker Series. Unfortunately, this is the last day of the Diamond Poker Series, but I'm sure they will be back. They will be back. Cabrerizzo with the king and the 7 and a deuce and a deuce. Facing the all-in from Bedell now, unfortunately, has a complete trash hand from the big blind, but nobody else wanted to do the dirty work themselves. Bedell is still going to need some help, but he has 74%. 74% to double up in PLO. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. Though, Cabrerizzo can finish him with a deuce. Deuce would be an absolute heartbreak hotel here. Doesn't get to deuce, 8, 9, 3, so top 2 pair for Bedell. Cabrerizzo still needs one of the remaining deuces on the river. Just one out, 4%, 925,000. Can he get the miracle card? No, he cannot. No, he may not. And I see one tilted man at the table. And it's the man sitting on the left-hand side of Bedell. He would have made 16,000 euros if somebody else maybe called and with a real hand, but nobody wanted to do it. Big blind had to do it, was pot committed to do it. And Bedell has now doubled up, and here you have it. We have a new short stack on the... Well, not on the blinds just yet. He has 2 more hands until he's eaten alive by the blinds. He would have to put in 300,000 of those 575,000 chips. Lobo, it's going on at the moment. Lobo is asking about something in the chat. It is a isn't it finished already? I'm not sure actually. I'm not 100% sure, since I'm not doing that, but because like an hour ago there was 3 players remaining there. Anyway, Zakarian finds the kings with 575,000. Finds the kings and puts the money in. He puts the lotion in the bucket, leaves himself with 50,000 remaining. Now, who will be the brave man to take on The unbeatable Zakarian. Will it be Cabrerizzo? No, not this time. But Lindström, Queen 10, 9, 7. Yes. Yes, you're going with it. You're going with it. Yeah, quick calculations, but Lindström, if you can be the Punisher, then you shall. Queen 10, 9, 7 has 42% against Pocket Kings, as we can see. Good luck, players. Will both of the short stacks double up? And actually would be great for the chip leader. Just absolutely fantastic for the chip leader. Everybody to be hovering around the 2 million part while you're playing with 14 million. It's what dreams are made of. But can Lindström knock out Zakarian? No, it doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem likely at all, because Zakarian flops, trips, and fills up on the river to a full boat. Aces full of eights. That beats two pair of Lindström. And both of the short stacks have now doubled up. Oi, 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 oi. What do I want to see here if I am the chip leader? Or what do I expect from the chip leader? Wide opens. Close to any two opens. Pot size close to any two opens. You don't even have to actually make it pot size, make like 400,000, realizing that nobody's gonna play back at you. That's my expectations. My expectations are high, but will they be met? That should be absolutely fantastic news for the chip leader, that the short stacks doubled up. Like everybody's, besides one player, everybody is between 10 big blinds, all the rest of the field. The difference between third place and eighth place is massive, absolutely massive. It's like 150,000 euros or something like that. It's cray, trust me, it's very cray. So this is why it would be a disaster for someone sitting in fourth or third at the moment to bust out next. Absolutely wild. Queen 9, 75. Sarugi folds. Now, this is the only player. Now, once the chip leader has folded, the expectation of playing very aggressive goes over to Nagi. Now, Nagi, he's the table bully left. He's the one who has 5.4 million. Look at that. He realizes it. He realizes it and raises it up to 450,000 chips, getting one strong hand to fold, one weak hand to fold, and now Bedell from the big blind with 10-9, 3 deuce. He has 300,000 of his 925,000 still in, but yeah, not the hand you're trying to go all in with. 10-9, 3 deuce. I was away for an hour and nobody has busted. Bro, we've been live for a couple. We've only had one bust out, but I mean, the blinds are going up in theory, like slowly but surely. We are now up to 75, 150, right? So, I mean, at some point, everybody's gonna get short. It just depends on how aggressive a chip leader is playing. It doesn't look like he's gonna play super aggressive, but I mean, I don't know how many times our chip leader has been in this situation. Does he even realize how strong his chip stack is at the moment? It should be very much expected. Even though he has 45% of the chips, let's say 42% of the chips, he should win this tournament like 80% of the time. Like with the chips being the way they are. Like it's just very much like everybody else is playing for second. Okay, let's say 70% of the time, but still not 40. It's such a strong stack that in this specific situation, it should print him millions of pre-flop folds. And millions of chips by pre-flop folds. Now, Sarugie with the strong ace queen 10-5 double suited. It's unopened to him. He's in an early-ish position here, but I mean, I think it's too strong of a hand to let go. He's gonna raise it up to 450,000, and it's always great to put on the pressure for the rest of the field first. But Lindström, he's gonna wake up with a monster himself. Same suits, but Ace King 9-8 double suited for Lindström. But Zaruchie, having it opened already, you're losing quite a bit of fold equity, or are you? Now that's the problem that Lindström is trying to figure out. Does he have fold equity? Does he even need? Does he want fold equity? What does he want from life? Does he like 6th places, 5th places, or does he like to win? And Lindström says, you know, I do like to win, but I'd like to secure myself a 5th place first. If you don't mind, Mr. Commentator, sir, who's never played a 10K PLO final table in his life, then please STFU and let me play my game. He folds the Ace King, Ace 9. I understand it. I understand it. I truly do. But it must hurt. You must admit that it doesn't feel great to fold like a monster. Like monster-ish. It's not top premier, but it must hurt your soul, and thus it hurts me to see you hurting. You know, I only want good things for you, Lindström. So let's make up. Difference between 3rd and 8th is 110,000 euros. That's how bad it would be if you're one of the players sharing the chip stack between 3rd and 8th to be the out next. That's what's on stake, and that's why I understand why Lindström folds after it's being opened by one of the other short stacks. I'm really wondering if Lindström would have gone with something like 8, 9, 10 jack, or at least seen a flop with it. Zaruchie, you can do it again. You've done it once before. I believe in you. I do believe. I believe two things. I believe I can fly, and I believe, Zaruchie, you can do it again. Ace King 7-5. You have even more ammunition now. You made some extra chips previous, and you have a hand as strong as previous one, even stronger now. Another raise to 450,000, and realize one thing. We haven't seen our chip leader open the pot once. I think that's a wasted opportunity. If our chip leader doesn't end up winning this tournament, he really should go back and figure these spots out, that our players are folding as hands as strong as Ace King 8-9 double suited pre-flop. Bro, you can open wide. You can, like, I mean, I'm talking 9 months. Okay, I'm not gonna go there, but you can open wide. Pedel with the Ace Queen Jack 9. I mean, you're a clear last place stack. I think we go with Ace Queen Jack 9. Even though we don't have fold equity. But, I mean, again, weird. In this situation, I will not criticize anyone for folding, but I'm just letting you know what I would have done or what I would do in Bedel's shoes. I would have gone with the Ace Queen Jack 9 myself as well. And Zaruchie, now being pot committed, makes the call. Finally, we have another all-in. It's Bedel, one more time all-in. The pot is worth 1.5 million, and definitely the flashiest player outfit-wise is all-in. He's gonna need some help. I mean, he's the favorite. Math don't lie, but the math is weird with this one. Even though he has the Ace Queen and his opponent has the Ace King, he has all the middle cards, and the middle cards come to play. Welcome to Daddy, the Jack of Clubs. Can Zaruchie hit the club on the river? No, he cannot. Absolutely will not. And Bedel now doubles up to 1.5 million. We've seen a short stack be all in 3 times in the past 10 minutes. And we have seen 0, nada, null bust outs. Again, should be great for the chip leader, but not sure. Chip leader is just, he's chilling, he's vibing. I mean, he can coast to like top 3 stack, top 3 with his chip stack, like not doing anything. He's not obligated to win. He's like, he's on his phone, hanging around, enjoying life, letting the shorties do their thing. Like sometimes you gotta be a man and let the shorties do their thing. You gotta support the shorties a little bit. And he is an absolute gentleman. He supports his shorties. Giving them shorties some apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. You get me? Yeah. Let them have nice things. Not just dominate them with your big stack. Because that's easy. That's an easy way out. That's an easy way to win. But my man, he likes himself a little bit of challenge. Just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. OK, Lindström folds the queens. Berel now found himself with 1.5 million in tournament chips. That's one double up away from being third in chips. That's not that far from being third in chips. Ooh, look at that. Boys and girls, couple of quite strong hands, blind versus blind, and one of them is the chip leader. Byström calls with the ace-7-6-5 double suited. Derwich makes it 450,000, gets a snap call from Byström. Derwich with king jack 9, 10-9, absolute class A hand pre-flop in ha. Interesting one, very interesting one now. Gutshot straight draw plus a whole bunch of overcards for Derwich, but it's two pair and an open-ender for Byström. Derwich does have two backdoor flush draws to go along. Look, like he has... It seems like he has nothing, but he has 25% just by having all the backdoor draws and having the gutshot. The backdoor draws, do not underestimate the backdoor draws. My man has 25% with just king high, just because he has all the backdoors. Backdoor draws matter. Backdoor lives matter. Just remember it always. Like if you're thinking like in Omaha for especially, you have all those backdoor draws. Like backdoor flush draw gives your hand instantly plus 5% against your opponent if you have a backdoor not flush draw. Like think about it. You cannot, the 5%, try and find the 5% edge anyway in a hand. So a backdoor draw instantly gives you 5% chance. Two backdoor draws, boom, 10% chance. Now add more backdoor, all the backdoors. Just sometimes players, especially new players to Omaha, they tend to not calculate in the backdoor draws. They think like, okay, this is my immediate hand, this is my immediate draw. How many percentages do I have against my opponent's range? But now they forget this very important thing. They forget the backdoors, and then best players, they never forget the backdoors. They realize the strength of a backdoor draw. But newer players, yeah, they mostly, especially when they come from Holden background, they forget a lot about the backdoor equities. Meanwhile, Gabrerizzo raising it to 525. Fem. Fem 25. How's 20 in Swedish? I wonder why. I wonder how. But nice race from Gabriel. Hello, Super Mario. Welcome. Yeehaw, should I say. I left my cowboy hat in the other city that I came from today. Unfortunately, I was wondering if I should do the whole stream with a cowboy hat, rocking the stash. But I went with a backwards cap instead. By the way, it's 6 versus 2 with players with no hats against players with hats. But chips-wise, it's 50-50 between players with no hats and players with hats. What does that tell you? Now, what's the conclusion that we make? Hats give you extra equity. Easy. I mean, only 2 players with 50-50 stacks. That's the only conclusion we can make here. There's no other way. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are learning things here. Bedell with queens. Ace, queen, queen, 8. And only 9.8 big blinds. Does he come in? Did he come in with the raise here? Did he really play the queens here? I mean, he played the ace queen without the pair of queens. Ooh, look at that. Dervish calling 525,000. Wants to give Bedell the knock-up blow here. Bedell actually just wonderful. What a great hand to have against Queen 9, 8, 8. You just have ace, queen, queen, 8. You block the 8s, you block the queen, you block everything. Nachi comes in with king 6, 6, 4. What is Nachi doing here? Nachi feels like he wants to play some poker with the boys. All right, Nachi, let's do it. But the flop is a nasty one. Deuce, deuce, 3. Like, yeah, it's a gotcha straight draw for Nachi plus his pair of 6s. But Derwich basically misses. Nachi, king 6, 6, 4. Could actually take the lead with a king or a 5, but I don't think he can make the call. Now, my problem is I don't think personally that he can make the call. But he's thinking about it. I like it. I like it, Nachi. He's getting quite good odds here. I mean, he's getting 3 to 1 on his money. He's getting... he almost has the correct odds to call against an overpair even. Almost. I think Nachi is a wonderful player, and I think he realizes that he quite often... His range might have something like 30% here. Is it worth it, though, to potentially double up Bedell again? Is it worth it to risk 950 to win an extra 2.8 here? Or is it better to maintain a stack of 5.1 million and not risk it? Naji ends up folding the hand, and Bedell plays his queens all the way to the bank. Well played. I mean, Bedell is way back. I mean, way back in it already. He's doing great. Zero sugar, zero caffeine. Now, you might be thinking, if I'm drinking zero caffeine Coke, how do I get my caffeine? How do I stay awake this long? How do I stay this energized? Thanks for asking, guys. How do I stay this young? Thanks again for the compliment as well. Zero sugar, zero caffeine, but I have my caffeine here. A cup of black coffee. The drink of men. Drink of many men before me and many men after me. Only the strongest. Only the best PLO commentators can handle this type of drink. Pocket aces for Bedell now. I mean, he's on a big roll here all of a sudden. He's crushing it, raising it to 525. I mean, don't look now, Derwich, but Bedell is coming. He's coming after your spot, isn't he? He's coming after your spot. Still 10 million chips to go, but it was 13 million chips to go a couple of hands ago. Checkmate. Checkmate, atheists. Bedell is gonna win this one. Bedell is going to okay. Let's not get carried away. But Bedell, if he's running well, he might win this one because he seems to be one of those players that likes to play pots when he has chips, and when someone who's playing a lot of pots starts running hot, they can like boom, 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 run over the table easily. Need some help from the cards though. But who doesn't? I think everybody needs some help from the cards to win any poker tournament. Not just Bedell from Norway, sporting a fashionable shirt and glasses, and just being just being like a total vibe. Meanwhile, Dervish, King, Jack, Jack, 9. Just limping in. Just limping in. I think Dervish, he's gonna regret his strategy. 8-handed here. I think looking back, I mean, if he's gonna end up winning, he's not gonna regret anything, and it might not even be the best thing for him long run to end up winning and not fixing the mistakes, because I think if he's done well to get these chips right, but if he's gonna study a little bit of chip leading strategies, I think that would be great for Dervish, who's a great player. It seems like a great dude. Well, we'll see. 4 ways to the flop. Queen, 9, 3 with a couple of clubs. Now Dervish with a pair of jacks and a gut shot straight draw. Everybody checks, by the way. Top 2 pair for Nagy. Lindström with a 5-high flush draw and now set of deuces. Ooh, Nagy and Lindström. I see a collision coming up on a flush board where there is a flush draw, but otherwise it's quite of a decent board for Queen 9's top 2 pair. I don't think Nagy can get away from his 2 pair here. I really don't. I think he ends up doubling up Lindström here. Lindström betting 750,000 chips. Nagy. Lindström has 850 behind, playing 1.6 million effective. Same as Cabrerizzo. Same as Cabrerizzo. So I think you push. I think you push it. Push it real good. And Nagy goes all in with his top 2 after it gets checked through on a turn, thinking that maybe the only hand I'm at the moment losing to is the pocket deuces, and that's exactly what he runs into. Not just the deuces, but deuces with a club redraw. The club redraw doesn't matter much. I mean, it's Lindström needing a queen or a 9, and a queen or a 9 only. There's only 2 queens left in the deck. Queen of clubs, queen of hearts, close, but no cigar for Nagy. And we still cannot find an elimination in this 10K championship final table. Can you believe the scenes, ladies and gentlemen? Can you believe them? Nagy now left with just 3.3 million, and Lindström finds himself with 4 million in chips. He's in second place now. He's in second place now. It seems like everybody is playing for second place at the moment, but our chip leader has been dwindling down a little bit. Dwindling. Not playing the chip leader aggressively. I'm worried for our chip leader. There's nothing to be worried about, is what you're gonna say. There's no reason to be worried. He has 12 million. I think he could have 16 uncontested at the moment. I think he could have 16 uncontested. There's 4 million out there, left there in the field. Well, now it's again Zakarian's turn to be our shortest stacks, while the blinds are 75,000, 150,000. 8 absolutely fantastic players playing it out, battling it out here in Tallinn, Estonia. Zakarian with 6.7. Next hand is gonna be the big blind. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. It's gonna cost him 300K. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like to pay 300K if I have just 1 million chips. Sarugia with the aces. 525 coming up, I think. It's either a limp or 525 coming up. I think with 2.3 million, Sarugia is gonna go with 525. Yes. There's the raise to 525,000. Now, Perel, do you feel like gambling? Double suited, Queen 9, 6, 3. If anyone, I think it's Perel. Being lost to act. Being probably the loosest in this spot. We'll see here. We'll see here what Bedell does. But, I mean, he could take a flop from the big blind. getting decent odds as a double suited hand. Could possibly absolutely destroy the dreams of Sarugie, but now he's gonna fold to Queen 9-6-3. Again, would be interesting to know in the chat, how much looser are you guys in this final table situation? Are you guys learning that tight is right in ICM spots? Or if you're not at least first to act, then tight is right in ICM spots. How important it is to be first to act, but at the same time, have to pick your spots right. Or do you think you would dominate this final table? Do you think you would be looser, you would defend more, and you would absolutely try and run over this final table? Or would you be shaken in fear? In fear of possibly winning 325,000? That's an interesting question, by the way. Do you guys fear the wins more or the losses? Because that's a real thing with many players, especially in tournaments. Once you start getting closer to that win, you kind of start becoming afraid of possibly messing something up and doing mistakes, and that'll just ruin your whole game plan, and all of a sudden the fear of making mistakes will make you play just out of your zone and make mistakes, and then the fear of winning actually comes in front of you and the victory. I've seen it so many times as a commentator. So many times as a commentator. The players do everything correctly. They play amazingly, and then once the trophy, the money, it starts to matter the most, players like, they rock up. They're afraid to mess it up. So they don't take any chances anymore. They start playing too straightforward, and all of a sudden, the rest of the players will eat them up like sharks. Because they smell blood. They smell blood in the water, and they smell the fear. Did our short stack just get a walk? Now, this is something that shouldn't happen. Or should it? It did happen, though. Our short stack gets a walk from the big blind. That's an absolute gift to the man. Having had to put in 33% of his stack pre-flop without looking, by posting the blinds at antes, getting a walk in this situation, I mean, it's great, isn't it? I mean, getting a walk is good anyway, especially if you're hungry. Walk is a pretty decent meal. But walk, like Walker, the Texas Ranger. Dervish! Seems a bit annoyed. Maybe he does want to raise a bit more, but just doesn't get any playable hands. And straight away steps away from the table. Now Lindström second in chips, and a very strong hand. Ace, queen, queen, jack. I like it. I like how Lindström moves it. He makes it 5-25. You see the raises have changed from 2x big blind to boom, full pot size raises. That's because the stack sizes have dwindled down. The average stack sizes have dwindled down. The blinds have gone up. So now you want the most amount of fold equity pre-flop. Zakarian finds the aces from the small blind, goes all in for 1.1 million, and Lindström is going to make the call. This is the 5th time the small stack has gone all in, and it looks very likely that it's the 5th time the short stack will double up here in Bombay Club, playing the 10K Championship final table. Lindström needs some clubs or needs a queen to eliminate Zakarian in 8th place. Do we see any hope for Lindström? There's not much there. Now needs a jack or needs a queen or needs a 10. Jack or a queen or a 10 would do it. 3 of spades gives Lindström and Zakarian both a boat, but Zakarian's boat is a proper yacht, while Lindström's boat is, I mean, it's a nice boat. It's a nice rowboat compared to Zakarian. Another short stack doubling up. Everybody's like, look at the stacks here. Look at the stacks here. Second place and 8th place are between 11 big blinds. Boys and girls, if you have 82 big blinds and second place has 22 and last place has 11, open any two. Open any two from the chip lead. It's like everybody has already, they're playing for second place. I mean, it would be dumb to not play for second place at the moment. The difference between second and 8th place was, how much was it? Was it like 160,000 euros? You want to risk 100, do you think doubling up gives you 160,000 euros? Because that's exactly what you're risking with if you're going all in there. It doesn't. It's crazy. Okay, you're not risking 160, but you're risking the equity. Like everybody at the table at the moment has like 100 and let's say 10,000 euros in equity. You're risking 110. Do you gain 110 by doubling up? No, you don't. So you're risking a lot more by going all in. So you're a chip leader. You have to abuse this situation. You really do. And I cannot emphasize it a lot. Like this is a dream situation for a chip leader. But there are a couple of types of players. Other players are like, oh, I like to be a chip leader in this spot because, you know, I can just coast myself all the way to deep score and just guarantee that. And then there are players who realize that, holy shit, I can like guarantee myself the tournament win until this situation lasts. Unless something like really bad happens. And even every time you take the blinds and antes, by the way, you win 375,000. The smallest stack is 1.6 million. It works for you 3 times, then you're free rolling the small stack all in, should you get called. And in Omaha, look how close the equities are. In Omaha especially. Like, holy moly, me oh my, to be the chip leader in this situation, wow. Meanwhile, Nagy goes with the ace king king 7. Goes with the ace king king 7, and Bedell for some reason is thinking. He's thinking something dark side. No, does he call? He makes it 300,000 against the open limp. Makes it 300,000 against the open limp. Now the chip leader with ace queen queen 5. Literally, boom, pot size raise. Make it 1. How much can you make it? 1.3-ish. 1.3, and everybody folds. Boom, happy, easy money. You get 8.25 from the middle. If nobody calls, is he doing it? Is he doing it? Is the chip leader pressuring? He's doing it! Hopefully it's gonna work, because otherwise I will be proven wrong. But I mean, he's doing it. He's living the dream. He's playing the big stack chip leader bully. Boom! I was hoping for it. 3 bets to 1.1. Look how easy it is to get kings folding in this situation. Look how easy. Second best hand in poker. Fold pre. Fold. Such a great spot it is for the chip leader. But Bedell is not folding. Or is he not? Is Bedell gambling? Only player who to call there is Bedell, by the way. Bedell seems like he doesn't care about ICM. He wants to gamble a little bit sometimes. But I mean, at the same time, it's just more chips for you, maybe, Derwich. Let's see the flop. Will Bedell outflopped Derwich here? Derwich flopping, top pair, moving all in. Easy money, takes down. I mean, he hasn't taken down because Bedell does have a pair of fours, but I don't think you're gonna go with your pair of fours here. But at the same time, you have all of your money in already. You did connect, but doesn't it look like your opponent might have a set here, and then you'd be in big trouble. We're seeing some gangster poker here between those two guys, but I like the fact that Derwich did it. Like, it doesn't mean you have to lose whenever you get called by bullying as a big stack. Like, you can see he actually has just 54%. He would be super happy if Bedell folded here. He would be super happy. But that's the problem with calling with hands like 4, 7, 9, 10. Is it? That's exactly why you don't call 40% with 4, 7, 10, 8. You might have 46%, but you're gonna fold it because you don't know. You don't know, you're playing a guessing game. You see, you switch the 4 with an 8, then I can understand. You have a lot more connectivity between the cards. You know, it's easier to play post flop. Yeah. I like the move from Dervish. I think Dervish, dare I say it, he's evolving. He's evolving. He's like, he used to be Greymon, and now he's a Skull Greyman. I want to see what the next level is. I want to see what the next level brings to our chip leader. I have so high expectation for chip leaders in these situations because you like, I get to commentate. It's my dream job. I get to do it a lot. I get to commentate on a lot of poker tournaments. Situations like this, they rarely come up. I play a lot of poker. Situations like this, we never. It's like getting these chip stacks and having this chip lead, it just almost never comes up. So I always hope that, I want to see it. Still remember Irish Open 2021 when Steve O'Dwyer ended up winning it. Masterclass of chip lead on ICM situation. Very similar stacks. Had like 100 peak blinds where everybody else had 20-ish. Moved in every hand. Every single hand until he ended up winning it. That's exactly how he crushed the ICM. Like he put the option to everybody. I think it's the most beautiful final table ICM crushament I've ever seen, and I still remember it, and I've ever gotten to witness. But these guys are here. These guys are here in Estonia. These guys have a lot of money to play for. Different levels of experience. And that's what I also love about poker. Like it's not a solved game in that sense. Like of course it's solved that you have to push a lot as a chip leader when you can pressure everybody, but at the same time players have so many different beautiful styles, so many different ways of getting there. Some might be more frustrating, but you know, once you pay that tournament fee, it's completely up to you. And whenever I say something, it's not in malice. It's not like to make fun of anybody. It's to, let's say the player watches the stream back, wants to learn from it, wants to see how did he do, how did he contain himself at the final table, and there's some pointers out there, and especially for viewers as well. Like many players might not be familiar with playing final tables, and maybe it's something they will remember once they finally make their first ones and so on. Or with a game of PLO. Byström folds. Dervish now. I like it. I like it. Now strong hands for chip leader. Again, I would personally be a bit offended. I'm like, I don't need those strong hands in this situation. It's a kind of a waste of a strong hand, but still I will take it. I will take it. I would be happy to have it. Virolainen perkele in the chat. A little bit. I mean, I think you have one Sunday Million win more than me, but still, times have changed, haven't they? Times have changed a lot, although I like the calling. But to be fair, you have a good point. I am probably like the things I'm saying, it's my opinion of the game, and I am definitely not one to have solved the game or know exactly what to do in every situation. I think at least. And that's what I like about it. I welcome the conversation. I welcome whenever players are coming in to talk strat at the chat as well, and just call me out when they think I'm full of it, and let me know if they think they agree with the stuff that I'm saying. Because, you know, I'm throwing so many ideas out there. There's so many different hands. There's so many different situations, and then at some points I'm just giving my best educated guesses as well. It just very strongly seems like in this situation it's like a dream spot for, like, I would put any hand, like let's say 90% of hands pre-flop as the chip leader until the chip situation changes. I think I'm correct there, but again, let me know if you don't agree with me. Do you think it's fine to pot like 90% of hands pre-flop if it's unopened to you? I think so. No, I think it's not far from when the blind should go up again.
If you can't cheat, don't play.
Queen 8, 7 deuce, double suited for Bedell here. No, what Bellingshausen? Let's finish watching this hand. But I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you think so. That I think you're doing yourself a disserving if you like poker tournaments. Double suited aces for Zakarian. What a great hand. The absolute premium of premiums of PLO. Will he find any customers though? No customers. I'm sure Zakarian actually with double suited king. I think he's still fine of picking up the blinds and antes at the moment. Like that's how dire it is for players being in second to eighth place at the moment. I think even with double suited aces, you're still fine of picking up the blinds and antes. Like that's how much you want to avoid the risk spree.
You know where it could be good? In Philadelphia. You know, it's in the middle.
We've been live for quite a while now. Still only Vivian Saliba busting this final table in 9th place, but I mean, at some point, the cork is gonna bust right open, right? I think when the blinds are going to 2 and 400, so we still have like several hours until this point, but it might happen. Might happen before that. Oh, Dervish unopened to him and raising it up with the ace 9 7 7. Let's see how many good hands he gets to fold. I like the raise. I love it, Dervish. That's the way. Ace 8 6 4 folds. Nagy doesn't even get a good hand. Sometimes, no, I mean, I guess he ran into a nuts here. Snap all in from the smallest stack though. Gabrerizzo goes all in with the ace queen jack 9. Goes all in with it, and now the question is, I don't think we call if we're Dervish actually. I think we like keeping Gabrerizzo at 2 million. But at the same time, we're getting a very good price. We can see that it's 44 to 56. Definitely good enough price if we could see the cards. But like as a chip leader, I think I would keep Cabrerizo at 2 million personally. Like, but at the same time, I don't want my opponents thinking that they can shove all in against me as well. So I'm making Dervish is making the call, not risking much compared to his stack. Like maybe he can get an opponent to bust here. 56%. This is the sixth time. At least the sixth time in the previous hour that we've seen a short stack go all in. All we've seen is double ups. Can we get a bust out from this final table, or are we poised to continue eight-handed? Cabrerizo hopes to get lucky here. Deuce, 8 and a 10 and an open-ended straight draw for both of these guys. 3 still holding, the 7 still holding for Dervish. Cabrerizo has many outs here, but doesn't get any of them. Any 7 would have done it. Any 9 would have done it. Any Jack would have done it. Any Queen would have done it. But any ace even would have done it. Gets the 6 of spades, and we have another bust out, and it's our chip leader. You see, when you raise, good things can happen as well. Good things can happen when you raise as the chip leader. Now holding 15 million, 50% of the chips in play. 103 big blinds, while second place is at 19 and seventh place is at 13. It even gets better for Dervish now. Even more room to crush, dominate, raise every hand. Everyone is like between 6 big blinds. Seventh place gets 59k, second place gets 230k. Difference between second and seventh, 170,000 euros. 170,000 euros between second and seventh, and 6 big blinds. What do you do as a chip leader? You keep the pressure on. You lock the door completely. You just absolutely ramp it up. Raise, 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 raise. That's what I want to see. But congratulations to our 7th place finisher as well. Everybody now guaranteed themselves 59,000 euros. I don't see any deals happening, and pale players are thinking that final 3 are making a deal, but with the chips being the way they are, like it, I love it, I love it, I love the race. I mean, Nagy finds aces though. Nagy finds aces though. I mean, run into aces, okay, that's poised to happen every now and then, but yeah, Nagy can get almost half of his chips in with aces. I think you do it. I think you do it. I like it. I like it. At some point, you still need to maintain chips as well, and the aces you can't get away from. You shouldn't get away from. I like the committing raise here from Nagy. Now, it would be interesting to see if Dervish wants to gamble here, but again, I think Nagy's range is like 100% aces coming in with the 3-bet to 1.4 million. Like if I'm against aces with a triple suited ace king 10-5, I'm folding here. Even though it's 40%, I mean it's 40%, it's 40%. Getting 2-1 at the moment. But I mean, it's like he's gonna make the call. He's gonna make the call. He's gonna try and spike something on the flop here. 3 million in the middle already. Nagy wants and hopes and prays that it stays clean. Like a paired board, low paired board or something. Jack of diamonds on the window, 10 of spades, 7 of hearts. It's a spooky one. It's a spook. If Dervish goes all in on the flop, if he leads all in, he might even get Nagy to fold here. He goes all in for 1.4. There's a possible straight on the board, but no. Nagy just being pot committed makes the call. We have a massive pot here, 5.9 million, and should Dervish get lucky here, he's going to end up running away with it. Dervish is going to need a king or a 10 or a 5 or a queen or some running diamonds. There's the king on a turn. Now Nagy is gonna need some help. He's gonna need a 9 or a 4 of diamonds. Will not do it. And our chip leader now holds 19 million, and the player who was in safe second place just 30 minutes ago is passed out in 6th place, winning himself 59,000 euros. But it's the machine, the man, the myth, the legend, Dervish, finally starting to open up from the chip lead, raise it up and getting lucky at the right times, and starting to bust players left, right, front and center. We are down to 6 players. Sorry. Is it 6 players? Yeah, it's still 6 players. No? Yeah, 5 players. 6 players. How do we still have 6 players? Okay, yeah. We have still 6 players. We started the final table 9-handed. Anyway, the thing is, it's a one-man show at the moment. There's 19 million, 63% of the total chips in play belong to one person sitting in the middle of the table and absolutely getting lucky at the right time. But I love the fact that he's giving himself opportunities to get lucky. Like, he can just absolutely demolish, and he's doing that at the moment. Guys, we are witnessing some great stuff here. We are witnessing some absolutely phenomenal PLO action in Tallinn, Estonia, and only at the Diamond Poker Series. Some great cash games we've had, and a wonderful tournament coverage we have for you guys today. What a way to finish the Diamond Poker Series, isn't it? Come on, guys. 6 players remaining, and one of them with 63% of the chips in play. Blinds have gone up. The blinds have gone up to 100,000, 200,000. Every time the chip leader folds pre-flop, it's up for these guys to maintain now. Like, they need to battle it out. Every pot matters so much that doesn't... If the chip leader doesn't go after it, you must. You have to. Hello, good evening, professional poker commentator. Hope you're ready for a long one. Great poker till morning, hopefully. Just thank you so much, Mr. Patron. It's just the kind words. I hope so too. I hope we get to witness it with 6 players remaining, 1 player holding 63%. That it's gonna go for another like 6 hours. That's exactly what we expect here, right? Come on, Derwich, do it. I want to see. Continue. Nothing has changed between the other guys. You are the runaway chip leader. You can even take even more risks now, and these guys still have so much to lose. Difference between 6th and 2nd place is about 150,000 euros. So nobody wants to be the next one out. Like, these guys that busted 7th or 8th, they must be thinking that maybe, yeah, you can't get away from aces there, but still. The ace queen jack hand, probably thinking that, damn, maybe if I waited a few more hands, I could have made a lot more money. You know, Bedell, he's not afraid of anything. He ain't afraid of no ghost. He ain't afraid of no Dervish. He is only afraid... There's one thing I think Bedell is afraid of, and it's him hitting his peak powers, because I think that's too much for the world to handle. Like, let's say right now it's just a shirt, but add the pants as well. That's peak powers, and that's something that everybody should be afraid of. Meanwhile, we actually have a cooler developing here, because Dervish does wake up with a monster. He does make the call. Just makes the call, by the way. Leaves Bedell with 1.1 million. Bedell has been kind of a wizard in this situation. He's been a total wizard. He's been like dodging every scary situation, and again, like, just Absolutely perfect board if you have a high pocket pair. You have a low paired board. Like, unless your opponent has a fours, you can be like, as a four, which he shouldn't have that often. You can be quite, you can feel quite good about your kings here. To move it in for 1.1 million. And Dervish, yeah, you're not calling there with it, just ace, queen high, backdoor spades. Well, let this one go. But signal something. Signal something. It's like, you get this one. You get this one time. Not sure if he showed it to Bedell or the dealer. But it's going Dervish way. Just joined. Can you give me cliffs? Vivian Saliba finished in 9th. Then we had a long battle. Like 3-hour battle until the next player busted. Meanwhile, the chip leader, slowly but surely, he chipped up, and all of a sudden, I think we had like 6 short stack all-ins, and all the short stacks ended up doubling, meaning that everybody between second and last place, they evened up in chips. So there's like 6 big blinds difference between, there was a 6 big blind difference between second and 8th place when there was 8 players remaining. They're pretty much the same difference now. So everybody else besides the chip leader were very similarly stacked. So that's when I started calling for the chip leader to just opening any 2, just really pressuring, especially in Omaha where the equities run so close, and players have like, they're risking 170,000 euros if they bust out next, and if they even if they double up, they add maybe like 15,000-20,000 in equity. So not really so much incentive to go all in there. And then for a while our chip leader didn't play any hands, and then like a switch happened and our chip leader started raising, aggressively playing, and then started busting players left and right, and that's what happens if you're the chip leader. But surprisingly, hasn't picked up any blinds at Antis pre-flop. Like, we haven't, any time the chip leader has played, everybody has gone all in with. So it's gone like completely the opposite of the way that it's supposed to go. The players should be avoiding the chip leader, but every time the chip leader has played, the players have gone like, I'm all in. Oh, I'm all in as well. Von Bellingshausen says, left and right, just 2 players. Did I say left and right, front and center? I said left, right. 1, 2. 1, 2. Left, right. 1 from the left, 1 from the right. You see, I'm not wrong. Meanwhile, Bedell makes it 700,000, and Sarugia has gone all in. Has gone all in for 2.1 million. We don't know what either of the players have. Bedell cannot have anything like super strong here, but it's not. It doesn't seem like an easy fold either. But no fold is easy for Bedell, ever the gambler. Let's go of whatever he was holding. And it's Sarugia now with 3.1 million. The closest competitor to our chip leader with 19 million. 19, boys and girls. Difference between first and second place is 6 times the second place chip stack. Wild. Wild scenes.
You got 700 games anyway.
Bedell now. Ooh. Bedell, I think Bedell likes this hand. I don't think he's gonna fold. He might even limp here. Even though I don't know if you should really play the suited connectors in this situation, but I don't think Bedell cares too much. I think the hand is nice. I like this hand in PLO. It's just some specific situations where maybe you're better off folding, but I mean, I don't mind the call. I like it. I like it, Bedell. All the way. All the way, my man. 4, 5, 7, 8, wrap hand, double suited as well. Let's go. If we see a 6 of clubs or 6 of diamonds on a board, we already love our hands. I already went on a big tangent of backdoors. You see a 6 of clubs or diamonds, you know you at least have a lot of backdoors, and these backdoors will have a lot of equity. Zakarian with pocket kings, he's gonna make the call. Biström folds the queens though. Dervish, do it. Do it. Put a lot of pressure on. I like Dervish. Do it. Like 900,000. 1.1 million. He's gonna make the call. Okay, I don't mind the call with double suited nines. Makes the call instead. 17 million. He was on 19 million at some point, but I think the 17 million is a bit deceiving. I think it's like 17 point something. Meanwhile, are we gonna see a flop 5 ways? I think we're gonna see a flop 5 ways when we are playing 6-handed. Do we have any spades? Yes, it's our chip leader with spades and a pair of 5s and a straight draw to go along with it. Do we have anything else? Look at this, Dervish with 61% with just a pair of 9s at the moment. Zakarian still ahead with his pair of kings. I mean, it's not bad for Bedell either. Bedell has like total wrap draw here. Bedell has a lot of straight draws, backdoor diamond draws that are not good. Just like if you have 4, 5, 7, 8 and the flop brings 5, 6 queen, you would think you'd have a lot more outs here. If you're Bedell, any 3, any 4, any 7, any 8, any 9 would give him a straight. Already has a pair of 5s as well. A lot of his outs are covered. Now it's a bet of 1.2 million from our chip leader, just putting on maximum amount of pressure. If Bedell folds, this bet is going to work. If not, we're gonna see an all-in spot here. Or close to it. I think if you're Bedell, you can't just call and maybe fold the turn. I think you want to see 2 cards. That's my issue with it. Both players were on left, says Von Bellingshausen, but at the same time, depends on which side you're watching from. Which side you're counting from. If you have 2 players on your left, and the first player was on your left, and the second player was the 6th player on your right. So it's still left and right, right? Meanwhile, Bedell has gone all in. Dervish is going to make the call. We have a 5 million chip pot with Bedell only having 19%. So many of his outs are dead. Needs either 3, 4, or 8 of hearts or a 9 of diamonds to take the lead in this hand. There it is. Finds it. Finds the 4 of hearts, but it's no good. No good. Offside. The straight for Bedell is counterfeited by the flush of Dervish, and the Terminator Dervish does it again, ladies and gentlemen. How can he get away with it? It seems like it's been going his way this whole final table. He's all smiles, and I think everybody likes this outcome. Everybody at the table at the moment, until they are heads up, they are playing for second place because Dervish has 20 million chips. Bedell has been eliminated. What a show from the Norwegian. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Of course, it's a bittersweet 6th place, but it is still a sweet prize for these 6 players. And now, like all these guys, they just laddered up. It's just great for them. It's just great for them realizing that they're playing for second. They don't care if the chip leader, they hope that the chip leader eliminates everybody, so they'll have 2 million to play against this 28 million. Whatever, at least they get the second place, because with the way things are going, it's gonna be rough against Dervish. Now my issue is, my worry here is that Dervish maybe he's not that familiar with this spot and he's not gonna continue applying the pressure and waiting for better hands. But at the same time, Dervic, you haven't given me any reason to doubt in you. I like it. I like it a lot. I like the way this is going.
Now it's deep enough,
And have you noticed that it's been the chip leader? It's been the chip leader to take out every single player here. Byström calling from under the gun with a double paired hand. Another double pair hand for Zakarian as well. 9s and 7s for Byström. Lindström with Queen 6, 4 deuce. Not the best hand, but I mean he has the best amount of equity pre-flop. And Zakarian with jacks and 8s. 800,000 in the middle. Again, like once the chip leader is out of the pot, it's up to you guys to try and battle it out. And this might be a battle. A set of 9s for Byström. I mean, it's an open-ender for Zakarian, but he has the 2 checks, like he's blocking the straights. So I think he's gonna play it aggressively. And a rough spot for Byström's bottom set here. Like you could be drawing very slim in PLO with bottom sets when there's straights on the board. It's gonna... Oh, he's gonna fold it. He's gonna fold the bottom set. That's the problem. That's why I told you at the beginning of the stream, like you wanna have pair, like at least checks. You wanna play for the top set equity. Difficult to play, and look at that. The bluff from Zakarian's checks gets through. Just a single bet gets the job done. Power of aggressive poker. And it is powerful. It is powerful, I mean. Guys seem to be discussing something, maybe a possibility of a deal, but I haven't gotten any notice that there might be a deal coming. And we are streaming with a 30-minute delay, so I don't think so, and I would never even consider a deal at the moment. All right, that was an easy one. That was an easy one. Mila damen und herrer. You see how I fixed 4 languages in one sentence? Sometimes I surprise myself. I didn't even mean to do it. Queen 5-5 deuce. Fold from Sergej Lindström from Finland with a very premium hand, ace king jack 8. I think you want to commit yourself. I think you want to raise the 7 here. I think that's the best case scenario. I like it. I like it, Lindström. I like to raise the 7. Now gets through Byström, but Dervic finds a strong hand himself, a double suited ace king 7-6 here. Not a single suited ace king 7-6, a double suited. Dervic just calls one more time. Like realizing that he probably doesn't have fold equity pre-flop once his opponent has raised to 700k. I like the just call. I really like the just call by Dervic. Like most of the time I would be like, put it in. But put it in if you have fold equity. I like raising unopened pots as the chip leader to 700k. You have so much fold equity. But once your opponent has raised to 700k already, like you don't have that fold equity anymore. So might as well take a flop. And if it's a awful one like this one, like the 10-9-3 with 2 clubs, you can actually fold the ace king 7-6 and not be too worried about it. Lindstrom going all in obviously with his like monster. Like he doesn't flop a pair. They both have the same hand at the moment, but Lindstrom with an open-ended straight draw, with a not flush draw, has flopped the world. Yeah. Dervic. Dervic contemplating for a while, but he's gonna end up folding the ace king high here.
They told me, don't give him tips, don't give him. What? They told me.
Still 5-handed here on the PLO roads of Tallinn, Estonia. Seems like all the guys are in a great mood. Obviously in a great mood. I think all the guys who made it to top 5, the worst case scenario is over. Like when you have these similar stacks that we've been having, this whole final table, then the worst case scenario is over. Like top 5 you can definitely live with. If you have to bust now, well, that's like the average result if everybody's evenly stacked between 2nd and 8th place. It's like 5th or 4th place. Like top 5 you can definitely live with. Once you've lived through the bust out at 7th, 8th and 6th, you can feel good about it, and of course it's always changing in time and so on and so on. But with every hand, but at the moment, all these guys can. Excuse me. All these guys can breathe a sigh of relief and feel like, yeah, they've already gotten through the hardest part. Now, every spot forward is just like a great reward at the moment. Queen 8-5 with couple of hearts. It's Dervic with 10 high flush draw against Zarugie with a 9 high flush draw plus a couple of straight draws. This might become interesting. Yeah. This might just become interessati. No, let me know, Von Bellingshausen in the chat. Let me know, my guy. There's the ace of hearts. There's the ace of hearts for Dervic. Gets the 10 high straight against 10 high flush against the 9 high flush of Zarugie. And there's 1 million chips in the middle already. That's been the story of this final table. Like it seems like a bigger gooler than it is, but the Omaha players, they can get away from flush versus flushes very well. It's gonna get more difficult once the 4 of hearts come. Makes it even less likely that the opponent has hearts in their hands. Zarugie having the 6 of hearts as well. I mean, it just. He's not gonna lose more than 1 bet. That's the thing. Like, that's easy. Now the question is, how big is the 1 bet? It's gonna get snap called. Then, yeah, 500k. It's gonna get snap called by the 9-6 of hearts. It's an easy call. You expect to win most of the time, but you realize that you're gonna lose some of the time. But you're not gonna lose like too much running a weak flush into a slightly stronger flush. Like, that's the thing with Omaha. Like, you think you have 4 cards, the chips are gonna go in all the time because you get flushes versus flushes all the time. But good Omaha players, they realize that just having a flush isn't good enough to put all your chips in. You need to have the nuts. Or, ladies and gentlemen, a little question time for you guys. You need to have the nut flush. Or, what do you need to have? The blocker for the nut flush. The card that tells you that your opponent cannot have the nut flush, so you can, boom, repop it and represent the nut flush. Zakarian going all in. No, not going all in, folding. Wishful thinking here. Wishful thinking here. Dervish, I like it. I really like it. Dervish now really opening it up wide from the button, making it 500,000. Gets one fold, gets two folds, and easy like that, 500k from the middle. That's textbook big stack final table stuff here. Textbook, boys and girls. Textbook. Look at this. 4.6 big blinds difference between second and fifth, and 93 big blind difference between first and second. I mean, isn't that just a dream? To be Dervish in this situation. I would buy Dervish a spot in this tournament. Like hypothetically. I would buy it for 275,000 euros. Hypothetically. To get the chips in this spot. 275k, I think it's fair enough. Do you agree with me? Would you pay more? Would you pay less? Hypothetically. I think 275 is a fair price. You take some risks, but you look to gain 50k more if you play your cards right? Meanwhile, Lindström with the King 9, 10-7. Zakarian with the 10-9, 7-5. Checks it behind. Ooh. I'm getting this tingly feeling on this flop. 8-6 and a deuce. All the players with the straight draws. All the straight draws here. And Lindström actually ahead with king high here. Zakarian starts us off with a bet of 350,000 chips. Lindström. What do you do if you're Lindström? What do you do if you have a wrap draw? He will call your wrap draw. There's 1.3 million in the middle. As long as it's not a diamond, we're gonna have ourselves a ball game. It's not a diamond, it's the queen of clubs. No straights anywhere. Meanwhile, Lindström winning this hand with king high. Leading this hand with just king high. Still, it's like seems for if you're Zakarian, you feel like if your diamonds are live as well, any 4, any 5, any 7, any 9, any 10 would give you a straight. That feels like a lot of cards, doesn't it? If you're Lindström. Any 5, any 7, any 9, any 10. It's a 3 of hearts on the river, 1.3 million in the middle. Whoever is gonna bet at it is going to win this pot. If Lindström is checking, he's giving up on it. But if Zakarian feels like he cannot bluff at it, Lindström is gonna end up winning this hand with king high unless it goes to showdown. Unless he's gonna like insta muck his king high. I mean, not showdown. Now 4-5 gets there on the river. But Lindström using a couple of his time banks here. Zakarian, he seems so interested in this pot. He seems a little bit worried, even. Like if I'm looking at Zakarian, he's giving me like, I don't know, 6 deuce vibes, like 2 pair that doesn't want to face a bet. Or maybe like ace 8, like weird 1 pair hand. Lindström betting 450, didn't need to bluff at it, but doesn't know it with king high and takes down a very important pot from Zakarian here. Now 3.2 million. $3.2 million in chips. Blinds are 100,000, 200,000. Local time is just 8 minutes past 8 p.m. Players have been playing a couple hours longer than the stream has been going. We're down to our final 5 players and the chip leader is not even at the table. Our chip leader is not even here, abusing the chip lead against 4 small stacks. Oh, the scenes. That's the acronym for that move is BDE. That's some proper BDE to not even feel like I don't need to abuse the big stack. Let them boys have some fun a little bit. I'll be right back. Lindström, Queen Jack 9-3, double suited. I think he's the second biggest stack now, so he can apply quite a bit of pressure for the other dudes. Yeah, does exactly that. Raises to 700,000. Zakarian finds ace, king, queen, jack though. He finds a monster hand, ace, king, queen, jack with ace, jack being suited as well. Zakarian, he's gonna go all in and I think Lindström must feel bot committed here. Meanwhile, Byström, he also has a strong hand, but with there being a raise and an all-in front of him, you kind of have to fold it, right? You kind of have to fold it and hope the small stack busts and you get like 20k or 30k, whatever it is, money ladder. Makes the call, Lindström does. Makes the call for extra 1.1 million chips. We have a 4 million chip pot and for once it's not between the chip leader and the small stack. It's 2 of the smaller stacks. One of them is gonna end up a lot bigger, but Zakarian, the all-in player with 64% here against 36% of Lindström. Lindström is gonna need to see some hearts or some clubs or some small cards here. Safe, still safe, but a lot of draws for Lindström here. Deuce of clubs is none of those draws, and believe it or not, the ace king high for Zakarian scoops the pot worth 4 million, and Lindström is left with just 7 big blinds after this one. Needed a... What did he need? What was his outs? Needed a 3 or a 7 or a 9 to chop it. Or a queen. These were his outs. Seemed like there were even more of them, but not too many. Where's the chip leader gone, though? Where is our chip leader? Why is he not playing? What's going on here? What is happening? We are playing for 340,000 euros. We are playing for 340,000 euros and our chip leader is sitting out for some reason. Zakarian now with a double suited 8s. With the double suited 8s, how do you proceed from the button? Zakarian thinks the best course of action is to raise to 500,000. By the way, the big blind is sitting out. So Byström from the small blind is gonna fold. Dervic sitting out is going to fold by default. And we continue 5-handed with 4 players playing. Nice gift. Nice gift there. Players, I'm sure, looking around where Dervic is, or where did he go? Maybe he's already off celebrating. The mystery remains. Lindström with Queen 7-64, double suited. Am I going to go with it with just 7 big blinds? Is a double suited hand good enough? Lindström thinks so. makes it 700. Zakarian with kings and fives. He could definitely take the risk here because the chip leader is, yeah, he's sitting out. Yeah, you're gonna take the kings and fives and you're gonna take them all the way in. All the way in, raising it up to 2.4 million. But look at that, Sarugier actually finds the super nuts as well, finds the ace, king, queen, 9 double suited. Are we gonna see a three-way all-in? Are we possibly gonna see a three-way all-in? Because Sarugier, he just has 6 big blinds. I mean, at some point you wanna make some chips as well, but at the same time, money ladder. How much is the money ladder? Well, I think you have to fold ace, king, queen, 9. How sick is it? I think you have to fold ace, king, queen, 9. Because Lindström is gonna end up calling, right? Lindström is gonna make the call. You just ordered some drinks. It's like the worst feeling in poker. I've done it many times. You order a new drink, and then while the waiter is making your drink and bringing it to bust out the tournament, it just sucks. You have to leave your drink there, like or drink it sadly. While already bust. That's even worse. I think leaving the drink is a better strategy in this situation. Sarugier makes the fold. Lindström makes the call. Queen 7, 64 against king, king 5, 5. We have a fair fight here between two players, Lindström and Zakarian. Zakarian with the pair of kings, hoping to hold against the drawing hand of Lindström. 10, 6, 5, a strong start for Lindström. Straight draw and gets there straight away on a turn. Makes a straight on the turn. There was a set for Zakarian as well. Such a flop. Like really a little bit of something for both of these guys, but it's Lindström doubling up to 3.3 million and Zakarian set of fives to not hold up. Gets there both ways, by the way. Lindström makes a straight on a turn and then a flush on the river. Now we have, by the way, the ace, king, queen, 7 of Sarugier would have made a higher flush. Woulda, goulda, shoulda. It's a woulda, goulda, shoulda. That doesn't matter, but just for history's sake, he would have made a higher flush and he would have been on how much now? Like 4.5 million-ish, right? And we would have lost one. Nah, we wouldn't have lost the player. The side pot would have gone other ways, but still, different scenes. Everybody has guaranteed themselves at least 100,000 euros now. Anytime you get a 6-figure score, you have done well. Even if it's a 10K buy-in, you have done super well. But we are playing for 338,000, and welcome back, our chip leader. Welcome back, Mr. Chip Leader. Thanks for finding the time to join us once more at this epic final table of a 10K championship. Ace, king, king 4 for Zakarian now. Makes it 700,000. Dervich with queens. If anybody's gonna see a flop, it's Dervich here. With queens, I mean. There are some hands that other players are gonna see the flop with, but Dervich folds the queens. Sarugier, not much left now. Folds the double suited hand. Lindström, king 9, 5-3. King 9, 5-3 double suited. Like if your opponent has aces and that don't cover your suits, you're loving the king 9, 5-3. You're taking a flop here. I think you're taking a flop here anyway. 500k, 1.2 in the middle. Last to act. Why not? Why not double suited hand? Lindström agrees with me. He's taking the flop. There's 1.7 million in the middle. And heads up. Ace, 3, 5 with 2 clubs. Bottom 2 pair plus a 9-high flush draw for Lindström. Top pair, top kicker plus a gut shot straight draw for Zakarian. Zakarian bets 1 million. Lindström goes all in. Zakarian makes the call, and that is the key pot of this final table thus far between those two guys. Lindström and Zakarian all in basically with even stacks here. Lindström needs his two pair to hold up. 2 gives a straight to Zakarian, and 6 on the river means that Lindström is eliminated from this tournament. Yes, the graphics are showing that Lindström has 50k remaining, but I just got notification from the stream team that it's actually Zakarian who covers Lindström, and Lindström will be our 5th place finisher, taking home a bit more than 100,000 euros. GG to the Finn. And we are down to 4 players, and Zakarian making a late rise here on this final table. 6 million now. Don't look now. I mean, our chip leader has been sitting out quite a lot, and Zakarian has been taking advantage of it. Everybody now guaranteeing themselves at least 125,000, and our shortest stack has just folded his way all the way to 125k score at the moment. Guys, I'm sorry, I need to be right back. Give me 1 second. Sorry for going away for a while, but I'm back now. I am back now. Meanwhile, we have a heads-up bots between Zakarian and Derwich. That's the problem with Tallinn, isn't it, Alam? It's the prettiest city. The early spring Estonia is the prettiest time in the world, but you always catch, like, you run the risk of catching a cold a little bit. As I told you, I was taking a stroll on the street. There's 14 degrees on my shirt, just hanging out. And now, all of a sudden, okay, it's Biström and Sarugieni, our shortest stacks, like at immediate risk with the blinds being 100,000, 200,000. Sarugie with 6 big blinds, Biström with 8 big blinds. Would be happy to see Sarugie go all in before him to secure that 3rd place spot here. 6, 7, 8, 10. These are some running, pretty looking guards for Derwich. I think it's good enough to raise, but Derwich goes back to the limping strategy. And is it time to go with the kings for Zarugier now? At some point, you need to make some chips as well. He's been laddering and laddering and laddering. He's now guaranteeing himself 125,000 euros against the limp from the chip leader. I think your kings, I think you have to just close your eyes and go with it. But not go like, not, I think you can raise to like 600,000. Like you can make it of 700,000. In case there's like 2 all-ins after you, like 3 all-ins after you, you can still fold. But he's gonna make it 900,000. I don't think Derwich is supposed to even fall there with the 6, 7, 8, 9. Take a stat, take, like, the way he's been running, the chip stack, take an opportunity to eliminate another player. Get 1 spot closer to eliminating. And if Zarugier should end up doubling, I think it's fine. It's still gonna be at like 2.5. You're gonna be at 20. It's cool. You can take that spot. He's gonna make the call. Sarugier with just 275,000 remaining. Safe board for his kings, but there is a gut shot straight for Dervish here. Could make this straight with a 4. I think the chips are gonna go in here. That's exactly what's going to happen. Dervish is gonna put Sarugier all in, and Dervish is gonna need. Let's not forget about the backdoors. Yes, the immediate out is the 4, but Dervish still has backdoor spades, backdoor 2-pair opportunities. Plenty of ways of winning this one, but no, doesn't wait a single card. That doesn't get just 1 4, instead gets 2 of them and makes the straight on the turn to eliminate Sarugier on 5th place in this tournament, or 4th place even. 4th place, Sarugier takes home 125,000 euros from his trip to Tallinn, Estonia. GG Sarugier, masterclass of small stack poker from the gentleman, really taking the maximum from this tournament and getting a bit unlucky on the final hand, but that's just happened. Just absolutely showing us how different strategies can work on final tables, how you have to play differently as a short stack or as a big stack, and he played his small stack to perfection, in my opinion. Well played, Sarugier. 3 players remaining. Everybody guaranteeing themselves already 150,000 now. That's a lot of 1,000. That's a lot of 1,000. Zakarian, our second place holder at the moment with 6 million in chips.
I don't know what the cards. 600 raise, so 3 plus 4 raise 600.
Okay, let's see.
Gonna fold Byström with his pair of queens, says now is the time to battle. Raising it up to 600,000. Dervish still playing it smart. Doesn't put it all in pre. Wants to see the flop, just calls here. Knows that Byström is more than likely to go all in himself anyway, so might as well try and hit the flop here. Byström does exactly that, goes all in for the rest of it for 800,000. And I mean, it's a tough one now for Dervish. Still has the overpair with the jacks. He might just be 20 or 74% away of doubling up Byström here. He can still get lucky though. Doesn't have the spades, doesn't really have too many backdoors going for him. Has to just go with the jacks here. Really don't want to risk with the just 1 pair here, and Dervish very smartly gets away from his jacks here. And the nice, important one for Byström. Really important one. He's the smallest, by far the smallest stacks now. He has the least to lose. Like, he's expected to finish 3rd, so might as well try and chip up. 110 big blinds versus 30 big blinds versus 11 big blinds. That's the situation. Look at that. Look at that. The Swedish player has a long hill, or a tall hill to climb here. Some might even call it a mountain. He's gonna start by folding this hand now. Dervish is gonna make the call with the 8-6-3 deuce, 3 clubs. Definitely one of the weaker hands you can get in PLO, but I mean, it can get worse. Still 4 different cards, like somewhat connected, like it's fine, it's fine. 4-5-9 on the flop, giving Dervish wrap straight draw. He's gonna bet it, and he's gonna steal this one away from Zakarian, who wants nothing to do with just middle pair and backdoor spade draws. Interesting, interesting. Doesn't even call once. Three ways here. It's looking like Dervic versus Zakarian, but anything can happen. Anything can happen here. One double up for our Swedish player, and he's definitely back in the mix. Dervic now with Queen 9, 5, 3 from the button. Like now is the time where you don't have to open any two because you can't apply the same amount of pressure to the small stack. Small stack is not inclined to folding anymore because it's the only small stack. Zakarian though, he raises it to 600,000. Does Bistrom go all in pre here? Yeah, he goes all in pre for 2 million. And Zakarian snap calls it with his monster ace king jack 8 double suited. Guys, we might be heads up here, but Bistrom has 42% to stay alive in this tournament in this massive 4.2 million pot. Very important for both of these guys, but it's for Bistrom's tournament life. The flop is safe. Zakarian gets there on the turn though by Bistrom making trips or a set on a turn. That'll give Zakarian the straight, the jack high straight, and we are heads up, ladies and gentlemen. It's Bistrom finishing third, taking home about 150,000 euros, but now Zakarian at least considering the possibility of a deal here, I'm guessing. He wants to maybe see the numbers, or are we gonna play it out? Well, we'll see. I think we are going to play it out. Players are gonna go on break in 7 minutes anyway, so they might as well go back at it during a break, but they're gonna play until the break at least.
You play perfect.
Got lucky,
I got lucky too.
look, I got in the spot when I need to double, I got the best hands. I can survive.
Thank you.
Almost never playing it.
Yeah, first come on?
No, I mean playing 3 per year, 4 per year.
So we played out. We play it out, boys and girls and ladies and even a few gentlemen here in the chat. We're gonna start with a fold from the button from Zakarian.
You know how many mistakes you will watch after this stream. You will see how many mistakes.
Zakarian now with 7.6 million. Should Zakarian double up once against his opponent here, he's gonna be the chip leader. So I mean, we definitely have a ball game here, and it's a 100,000 euro heads-up match. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. That Zakarian wants to make the deal, but Dervic doesn't seem interested in making one. About deal making, one great player told me this about deal making. If you should or if you shouldn't make a deal. He told me this. They're playing for 100,000 euros heads up. If on a random day your opponent is telling you, do you want to play heads up for 100,000 euros? And the answer is no, that's when you have to make a deal. If the answer is yeah, sure, then you shouldn't make a deal. That's the thing. So I'm guessing Dervic is like, he's more than willing to play for 100k for Zakarian. At least for now when he has the chip lead though. Now a bet of 200,000 from Dervic. Jack 6 gets 2 pair on the river and steals a small one from Zakarian from his 2 pair. No value bet on the river. No value bet with 2 pair on the river.
I don't want to stream. I don't have the time to watch the stream.
But still, the chip leader adds another one. With the blinds being 100,000, 200,000, all these 1 mil pots, they really, really add up. In PLO, having position is super important. Like playing heads up from the button it's like how do I say? Like almost like an unfair advantage in PLO especially. Like having a button is so important. Meanwhile, Queen 7, 43 for Zakarian, folds another one from the button. Second button he has given away now. I don't think you have to fold Queen 7, 4-3 now. I'm kind of surprised by Zakarian folding the buttons. I mean, the button itself is worth so much that folding like Queen 7, 4-3, it's not a good hand, but just you could play any 4 from the button from BLO and just at least be break even. Like. Now I don't think it's a good strategy. Meanwhile, Dervish picking up kings. He likes the kings. I'm sure he likes the kings. He likes them enough to raise to 500,000 in chips. Now ace 10, 9-7. I think that's a lovely hand in heads up as well. Of course, you want your flush cards to be a bit higher, but I mean, in heads up, you don't have to choose that much. Definitely playable from Zakarian. I think we're gonna end up seeing a call and pot worth 1.2 million to the flop. Might even see a raise. Nah, just a call from Zakarian here. Ace 10, 97, 1.2 million in the middle. Queen Jack 7. Wow, that's a nice one. I mean, still an overpair for Dervish, but an open-ender for Zakarian here. Either a king or an 8 would give him the nuts. Gets the 6 instead. Has the pair of 7s as well. Now that adds a straight draw for Dervish. An 8 would be an absolute disaster card for Dervish because that would give Zakarian a queen high straight and Dervish a 9 high straight. Zakarian bets 600,000 with his pair of 7s. Dervish still being ahead with the king makes the call. 4 of clubs on the river doesn't change anything. Zakarian left with just a pair of 7s. Can he get his opponents to fold or his opponent to fold? He checks it. He checks it, meaning that unless Dervish bets here, which is interesting, Dervish with the best of it, only way he can lose this hand is by betting and somehow Zakarian re-raising and bluffing him off the hand. But it goes check, check on the river and Dervish now up to 24 million. Zakarian with 5.6 million. Final hand before we go on a break. Players have been playing for a while, going on an important break. It's a heads-up match worth 108,000. Two absolute monsters of the game. Dervish has been running away from everybody throughout this whole final table. The absolute domination of Dervish. He even sat down while 4 guys were on 10 big blinds and he had 100 big blinds. The dude sat out for like 5 hands. That's how big balls he has. That's the way he's been like emotionally and by cards and every way he's been like crushing this final table. But can Zakarian now come back from nowhere to win this one? Dervish, all the cards giving him some straight draws. 6, 7, 8, Jack. All the straight draws, betting 1.2 million. Zakarian folds and the players are gonna go on a break. And we will continue with the heads-up match. The players did not agree on a deal during the break. They did discuss it, but one of the players said, no, 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 no. And the player wasn't Dervish, by the way. It was Zakarian. Zakarian didn't agree to a deal. He was like, no way, bro. My 25 big blinds against your 125. We fight it out, mano a mano. So we're gonna go on a break and we'll be right back to finish this epic 10K championship. See you guys soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the heads-up match we've all been waiting for here in beautiful Tallinn, Estonia, in the 10K PLO finale. Players have both guaranteed themselves more than 200,000 euros already, but we are playing for 330 plus thousand euros. The blinds are 125,000, 250,000. My name is Christian Lars. Welcome, and I expect an epic one. Dervic, he's been dominating this final table from start to, can't say finish yet, but up until this heads-up match. Already crushing the beginning of the heads-up match as well, and we're starting it off wild. The players discussed the deal during the break, but no deal has been made. They want to play for the 100,000, and who are we to tell them no? Enough flush draw for Zakarian to start things off, and gets the flush on the turn and gets his opponent to lead into him. Dervic with double suited ace jack 10 4 leads into it while the board pairs on the turn, but Zakarian, after it goes check check on the flop, I think still feels good about his flush. Looking to be in the great spot and gets, I think, was it like a 500k bet? No, 300k bet out of Dervic as well. King of spades on river now. Dervic left with just ace high. Will he bluff at it one more time? Zakarian will give him the opportunity to bluff at it. Checks it over to Dervic. There's 2.4 million in the middle, and Dervic thinks better of it, checks this one back and realizes that he was this close to running into the trap set by Zakarian. But not this time, says Dervic. Not this time. 6 million versus 24 million. Should Zakarian find a double up here? He's gonna have 12 million against 18 millions, and we have a poker game. We have a poker game for you already. We've been having a great poker game for you. Congratulations to all the players making it to the final table. And now we are down to 2. These 2 players have been the most impressive. It's the story of Dervic. It's been his tournament throughout the final table, maybe throughout the tournament. The stars have been aligning, and the fact that Zakarian has folded 3 out of the 5 buttons makes me quite worried for Zakarian. I mean, having the button is the ultimate boost in PLO heads up, so Zakarian folding so many buttons makes me worried. It makes me worried, but at the same time, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe has developed a set strategy against Dervic, and it will work out just fine. Very tense moments. I think the next big one will be the ultimate decider. Well, obviously, if the next big one is going to go to Dervic, it's going to be all over. But should Dervic double up his opponent one time, or his opponent gets like 3-4 million off him, then it's a completely different game here. Pocket aces for Zakarian now. Pocket aces, the best hand even in PLO. Not the strongest aces, but still aces though. Dervic starts us off with a raise to 500,000. He's not interested in folding buttons. Now, Zakarian, how much do you get in once you 3-bet here? Do we still have antes? I think we still have antes. So you can raise to 175, right? 1.5 still. Raises it up to 1.5 million, and Dervic is not folding. This might be it, by the way. If the flop is like jack high, the stack is going in and there's no getting away from it. It's a pair. It's a pair for Dervic. It might go in nevertheless. 7-4 deuce. A pair with what I told you guys, very important things in PLO, backdoors. Yes, you have immediate 2-pair odds against overpairs, but you also have backdoors. You have backdoor straight draws going. No backdoor flush draws for neither of the players. Zakarian betting 3.3, letting Dervic know that he does have the overpair basically, and Dervic makes the call. Zakarian with just 925,000 behind, but 64% to win this massive pot and double up to about 12 million in chips. 9.8 in the middle. Dervic is gonna need a deuce, 8, 10 or a jack. Zakarian has gone all in blinds on the turn. Dervic is not folding, even though he doesn't get any help from the turn. It's a 5 of hearts, and Zakarian is looking to be in a great shape to double up here. 12 million, but Dervic is going to need a jack, 10, 8 or a deuce. 25% to take this one down right here, right now, or Zakarian is back in the game and we are almost even. Can Dervic get there on the river one more time? Yes, he can. Deuce of diamonds on the river, and it has been written in the stars for Dervic this whole tournament. The way he started eliminating players from this final table, sometimes getting lucky, sometimes just absolutely outplaying his opponents. He needed to get lucky one more time, and he found it on the river. Ends the hand with trip deuces against Zakarian's 2-pair. Gives the dealer a nice pat on the backhand. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it. We've been witnessing some great cash games and a great tournament coverage to finish things off here. Congratulations to Zakarian. What a battle. Gets it in good in the final hand, but in the end brings home 230,000 euros. But our winner, the trophy, and 338,000 euros goes over to Dervic here. What a final table. I mean, that's the final table the dreams are made of. Thank you to all the staff here at Diamond Poker Series and Bombay Poker Club as well. What an incredible job. What an incredible festival. Hopefully, we'll see you guys soon back in Tallinn. Many more great events coming up in Bombay and Chesterfield Poker Club. And hopefully brought to you by this TV crew as well, and yours truly. Thank you very much. My name is Christian Laz. It's been a pleasure bringing you this event. But as they say, all good things must come to an end to come back at a later date. I wish you all the best. Stay strong out there. And if you're grinding poker at the moment, good luck. Take it down. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.